Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga sebagai bagian World Class University dilengkapi sarana prasarana yang mendukung pembelajaran ilmu perikanan dan kelautan terbaik.
Melalui Biotechnopreneurship Smart Faculty, tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dengan prioritas riset dan inovasi.
Pada bidang Fish Health, Fish Nutrition, Fisheries Biotechnology, Fisheries and Environmental Resource Management, serta Post-Harvest dan Fish Processing,
berkontribusi menghasilkan lulusan profesional yang excellent with morality, alumni yang berkarakter, serta siap berkolaborasi bersama mitra nasional dan internasional.
Menghasilkan 4 profil lulusan unggulan, yaitu menjadi manajer yang memiliki kemampuan menjadi seorang community leader di bidangnya, menjadi entrepreneur yang diharapkan dapat memberikan pemahaman dan pengetahuan kepada mitra sesuai perkembangan teknologi, menjadi researcher yang memiliki kemampuan eksplorasi potensi sumber daya perikanan dan kelautan melalui kegiatan penelitian, dan menjadi instruktur sebagai pembimbing yang memiliki kemampuan mengedukasi komunitas bahkan ruang lingkup yang besar dalam pengembangan bidang ilmu perikanan dan kelautan.
Di sini kami diberikan ruang untuk menggali ilmu sebanyak mungkin sehingga nanti bisa disalurkan kepada masyarakat demi terciptanya negara kami yang semakin maju dan berkembang.
Kami mewadahi dan mengadvokasi aspirasi mahasiswa agar terciptanya sinergisitas antar sivitas dalam proses belajar mengajar.
Kami merupakan wadah bagi seluruh mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan kemampuan, potensi, serta bakat yang dimiliki agar menjadi mahasiswa yang kaya akan ilmu pengetahuan, pengalaman, relasi, dan masih banyak lagi.
Dulu kami dididik menjadi orang yang berpendidikan, juga dibekali dengan moral melewati proses yang tidaklah mudah. Hingga saat ini kami terus belajar, berproses untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin atas diri dan mimpi kami nanti. Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga sebagai bagian World Class University dilengkapi sarana prasarana yang mendukung pembelajaran ilmu perikanan dan kelautan terbaik.
Melalui Biotechnopreneurship Smart Faculty, tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dengan prioritas riset dan inovasi.
pada bidang Fish Health, Fish Nutrition, Fisheries Biotechnology, Fisheries and Environmental Resource Management, serta Post-Harvest dan Fish Processing,
berkontribusi menghasilkan lulusan profesional yang excellent with morality, alumni yang berkarakter, serta siap berkolaborasi bersama mitra nasional dan internasional.
Menghasilkan 4 profil lulusan unggulan, yaitu menjadi manajer yang memiliki kemampuan menjadi seorang community leader di bidangnya, menjadi entrepreneur yang diharapkan dapat memberikan pemahaman dan pengetahuan kepada mitra sesuai perkembangan teknologi, menjadi researcher yang memiliki kemampuan eksplorasi potensi sumber daya perikanan dan kelautan melalui kegiatan penelitian, dan menjadi instruktur sebagai pembimbing yang memiliki kemampuan mengedukasi komunitas bahkan ruang lingkup yang besar dalam pengembangan bidang ilmu perikanan dan kelautan.
Di sini kami diberikan ruang untuk menggali ilmu sebanyak mungkin sehingga nanti bisa disalurkan kepada masyarakat demi terciptanya negara kami yang semakin maju dan berkembang.
Kami mewadahi mewadahi dan mengadvokasi aspirasi mahasiswa agar terciptanya sinergisitas antar sivitas dalam proses belajar mengajar.
Kami merupakan wadah bagi seluruh mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan kemampuan, potensi, serta bakat yang dimiliki agar menjadi mahasiswa yang kaya akan ilmu pengetahuan, pengalaman, relasi, dan masih banyak lagi.
Dulu kami dididik menjadi orang yang berpendidikan, juga dibekali dengan moral, melewati proses yang tidaklah mudah. Hingga saat ini, kami terus belajar, berproses untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin atas diri dan mimpi kami nanti.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Our event is about to begin. And masih kemute. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Our event is about to begin. And before the event begin, please turn on your camera and rename with format name_origin country.
Surabaya, the capital city of the East Java province, was founded in 31st of May 1293 and is currently 728 years old. Surabaya having through itself and renowned road in its life and has become the largest metropolitan city in East Java that we know of today. Despite the modernity, the people and government of Surabaya still upholds the traditional cultural values as a legacy from our predecessors. Surabaya is also known as the City of Heroes, which is referring to the 10th of November, more well known as the Day of the Heroes. There have been plenty of resistance efforts in deterring the invaders by the people of Surabaya in order to achieve the independence of Indonesia. One of the most notorious ones were the tearing of the Dutch national flag on Yamato Hotel. Aside from war tales, Surabaya is rich in diversity and culture. The diversity of the individual within has been an icon for quite some time. Javanese, Chinese, Arabian, and Maduranese are all living in unity and harmony, proving that there exists the acculturation of interethnic culture. It is quite romantic how the acculturation of diversity, along with local foods, traditional attire, and even the local Surabayan language have made Surabaya a beautiful city and most certainly pride amongst the people. History and the cultural value of Surabaya needs to be carved within the people, especially in youth. As the successor, we need to consciously preserve and cultivate the heritage, the legacy our predecessors have passed on to us as a form of pride and love towards our own people. In a way, it also helped to preserve our cultural value as the times goes on. That was only a little bit of what Surabaya actually holds and a little peek on the resistance and diversity of Surabaya. The place where we grow and developed, a place where it is alright to be different, and diversity is a wonderful thing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the first Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021 Grand Symposium session.
Held by Student Executive Board, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. It's an honor for us, Bapak Akbar,
And me, Safa Aisyah, to be standing here and welcoming everyone in this event. And don't forget to turn on your camera and use virtual background that has been provided.
Your Excellencies, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Professor Insinyur Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, Master of Science, PhD. The Honorable First, Second, and Third Vice Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Dr. Woro Hastuti Satyanti, Dr. Laksmi Sulmarturi, and Dr. Sakla Andrio. The Honorable Moderator, First Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021, Mr. Muhammad Nur Hoyatul Amin, Master of Science. The Honorable Chief Executive Student Council, Ardi Firmansyah. The Honorable Chief of Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021, Tandani Chandra Ketiantika.
The honorable speakers who are Mrs. Susi Pujastuti, Minister of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs of Indonesia on 2014 until 2019. Mrs. Encarnation Emilia, PhD, Dean of Institute of Fisheries Policy and Development Studies, Australia. Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Hisam Abdul Aziz, PhD, Lecturer, Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science at UMT, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Sukri Haji Samai, Lecturer, Faculty of Science and Technology, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand, and all our honorable audiences.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read the agenda for today's event. First, we have opening video Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit and opening remarks by Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Second, there are speeches by the Chairman of BMFK and Chief of AGFS 2021. Third, we have cultural performance opening that is traditional dance from UKT Kapuner. Fourth, we have Grand Symposium session continued by question and answer session. And the last is photo session and closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we officially open this event, let's pray first. Pray, begin. Pray is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to our next agenda. We would like to invite Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, the Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, to give opening remarks for first Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021. To Professor Amin Alamsyah, time is yours.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, I would like to express my deep gratitude to keynote speakers, all participants and committee in this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sustainable Development Goals, abbreviated as SDGs, are 17 goals with measurable achievement by the United Nations as the world's development agenda for the world. This goal was jointly drafted by intergovernmental countries in a United Nations resolution published on October 2015 as a shared Millennium Development Science by leaders from 189 countries. The aspect of SDGs this is that is no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, and partnership for the goals. Life below water has 10 targets to be achieved globally. The essence of the target is to conserve and sustainably utilize marine and oceanic resources for sustainable development by adhering to the principle of SDGs itself, namely, no one left behind. One of the problems faced is global warming, which has an impact on increasing carbon dioxide in the oceans and increasing the emergence of dead zones. Dead zone is a condition where the ocean no longer support life. This is due to a lack of supply of oxygen contained and acidification of water. At least a quarter of the carbon dioxide produced from burning coal, oil, and gas doesn't evaporate into the air, but dissolve into the oceans, causing the pH of seawater to drop to a level where the oceans are no longer inhabitable. One of the developments in Indonesia in life below water points is that 24 provinces has established regional action plans with government regulation, the establishment of 11 universities that become SDGs centers. In international development is that as of December 2018, more than 24 million kilometers square of water under national jurisdiction has been covered by protected areas, a significant increase from 12% in 2015. Long-term observation over 30 years of ocean acidity show that an average of 26% increase in acidity since pre-industrial times has decreased to 20%. Furthermore, analysis of sustainable small fish stock has decreased since 1974 by as much 90% and fell to 66% in 2015. To achieve this, the government, the private sector, and the community must play an active role together. Starting by themselves, such as choosing ocean-friendly products to avoid climate change, buying products from local fishermen that have an impact on fishermen welfare to reduce inequality, then reducing the use of plastic, which leave a carbon footprint and pollute the oceans. Helping to participate and volunteering to provide education about the importance of maintaining cleanliness and choosing marine-friendly products can also help protect marine resources for sustainable development. Life below water is an important aspect that cannot be separated from life, which has an impact on other aspects such as zero hunger, no poverty, and others. So, through this seminar, we will discuss further the role of SDGs in relation to life below water, so that keywords can be obtained that can be common guide in carrying out sustainable development and improving human welfare. Finally, I wish you a happy discussion and keep the spirit to work. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Amin. That's wonderful topic.
And next, opening remarks by Chief Executive Student Council, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Mr. Ardi Firmansyah. Mr. Ardi Firmansyah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you MC for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon everyone. Greetings to all participants. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome all of you to the first Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit held by Student Executive Board of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Moreover, I honorably welcome our Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, the Honorable First, Second, and Third Vice Dean, Faculty of Fisheries of Marine, Dr. Warahsudi Satendini, Dr. Laksmi Martiwi, and Dr. Saplos Andriono, and the Honorable our keynote speaker on this event. And first, Ms. Susi Pujastuti, Minister of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs of Indonesia on 2014 until 2019, and the second, Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Husam Abdul Aziz from University Malaysia Terengganu, and the third, Professor Encarnacion Emilia from Comprehensive National Fisheries Industry Development Plan, and the fourth, from Professor Sukriya Haji Samei from Prince of Songkran University. This year, Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021 held with the theme Realizing the Potential of a Sustainable Blue Recovery in Southeast Asia. This opportunity will be a forum for all elements of society, especially fishery students, in implementing of the SDGs number 14, Life Below Water, which the output of this program will form an international fishery student association. The formation of association, it can be development and progress of the fishery sector on a global scale and may be able to solve a problem that occurs in the community in the field of fisheries. Last but not least, special thank you and big appreciation to the organizing committee, institution, companies, and volunteers who have directly and indirectly support the success of this program. The committee has managed and worked very hard to realize this program. That's all. Thank you for your attention. May God bless us all with good health to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ardi, for the wonderful speech.
And the next, opening remarks by Chief of Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021, Tandani Chandra Ferdiantika. To Ms. Tandani Chandra, time is yours.
Good afternoon and greetings to you all. It's an honor and privilege for me to welcome all of you to the first Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021. And I appreciate you taking off your busy schedule to join us here. First of all, let's us together express our gratitude for the blessing and gift of God. Because of His grace and permission, we can meet on and follow this event with good health. Dear Honorable, our Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, the Honorable First, Second, and Third Vice Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Dr. Warahsudi Satendini, Dr. Laksmi Sulbartiwi, and Dr. Sapto Andriono. And the Honorable, our keynote speaker on this event, Ms. Susi Pujastuti, the Minister of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs of Indonesia on 2014 until 2019. Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Husam Abdul Aziz, as a lecturer of Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science at University Malaysia Terengganu. Professor Ganesan Emilia as the post-harvest fishery specialist of the Comprehensive National Fisheries Industry Development Plan, and Professor Dr. Shukri Haji Semeh as the lecturer of Faculty of Science and Technology at Prince Songkla University. As the chief of the committee, we are excited to offer the first Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit under the theme Releasing the Potential of a Sustainable Global Recovery in Southeast Asia, held by the Student Executive Board of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine University Airlangga Indonesia. A special thank you to the organizing committee for putting together this team, and I'm sure this is an excellent program for the several activities from the Green Symposium, Fieldwork Conference, and Cultural Night. Today, we are going to learn and discuss the issue of fisheries and aquaculture sector by improving good governance and management of aquatic ecosystem by conserving biodiversity, focusing on SDGs point 14. We try our best to be professional. We accept our sincere apologies before, during, or after the event. Thank you for your attention and enjoy this event.
Thank you, Ms. Andani, for the wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to see cultural performance from UKTK UNER, that is Remo Dance. Remo Dance is Surabaya traditional dance and usually used to welcoming guests. For operational committee, please show the video. Okay, I'm sorry for all participants because there are still problem in video performance. So wait for a minute. Thank you. Wow, that's wonderful performance. Thank you, Kartika Uner, for the amazing performance.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to main agenda that we have been waiting, Grand Symposium session. Today we are very pleased to welcome our distinguished speakers, Mrs. Susi Pujastuti, Mrs. Encarnation Emilia, Mr. Muhammad Fazrul Hisam Abdul Aziz, and Mr. Sukri Haji Samai. And the moderator for today's discussion will be Mr. Muhammad Nurgoyatul Amin, Master of Science. Before we start this session, let me briefly introduce our moderator. Mr. Muhammad Nurgoyatul Amin is one of lecturer from Department of Aquaculture Faculty Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga. Good afternoon, Mr. Goy. Can you hear my voice?
Yep, it's very clearly. Good morning in the Austrian time.
How are you, Mr. Goy?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, everything is fine. How about you guys in Indonesia?
Okay, to Mr. Goy, time is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony for the very nice introduction, and also give me chance to lead this keynote speech session. The respectable, our four outstanding speakers for today, Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021, who are Ibu Susi Pujiastuti, who was Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in the term of 2014 to 2019. And then our second speaker, Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Hisam, PhD from the Faculty of Fisheries at the University of Malaysia, Terengganu. And our third, Professor Encarnation Emilia, PhD, who is a post-harvest fishery scientist of the CNFIDP on 2021 to 2025. And our fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Sukri Haji Samai, who is a professor in the Faculty of Science and Technology at Prince Songkla University. My name is Muhammad Nurgoyatul Amin, who will stand by during the keynote speech session. Of course, this is my great pleasure to coordinate this session at the Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2021 with the constant topic of realizing the potential of a sustainable blue recovery in Southeast Asia. As one of the important archipelagic countries within Southeast Asia, Indonesia should have sufficiently viable food stock extracted from marine resources. Meanwhile, Indonesia also faces the globally environmental problem called climate change. The climate change itself is indicated by the declined water quality due to the acidification and excess pollutant resulted from the human activities, like what have been spoken by the Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine today. The condition causes the declining populations of quality marine organisms, which are basically expected able to fulfill the human nutrition or needs in general. The climate change becomes a big challenge for Indonesia to meet the target of Sustainable Development Goals, where living below water, as target number 4, consists of several measures such as protect and restore ecosystem, sustainable fishing, increase the economic benefits from sustainable use of marine resources. The well-working measures are expected capable of promising sustainable marine organisms to ensure the food security, like the 3 measures I have just mentioned to you guys. However, this is a very questioning when we talk about the main goal of Sustainable Development Goals with the target of living below water targets during the climate change. Therefore, together with us today, in the special occasion, there will be 4 outstanding speakers who will represent Southeast Asia and share their knowledge and experiences with us with the use for future collaboration in tackling the global climate change. Okay, the speakers will be again, I would like to read again. The first one is Ibu Susi Pujiastuti, who was a Minister of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs of Indonesia on 2014 to 2019. and Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Hisam from University of Malaysia Terengganu, and then Professor Encarnacion Emilia from CNFIDP, and Professor Sukri Haji Samai from Prince Songkla University. Okay, without wasting our time, let's go to the first keynote speech session, which is about target number 2, protect and restore ecosystem. Before we start this session, let me briefly introduce you about this topic. The protection and restoration of ecosystem is one of measures of living below water, which much more crucial than other measures to meet the target of sustainable source of fisheries. We all know that fisheries and aquaculture practices are possible factor causing the climate change due to the inappropriate management and technique. Other than that, the household activities that have increased during the COVID-19 outbreaks also contribute to the amounts of water pollutants. Therefore, together with us today, we invite Ibu Susi Pujiastuti. Before that, let me explain you about Ibu Susi Pujiastuti's curriculum vitae. She previously served Minister of Fisheries, Marine Affairs and Fisheries under President Joko Widodo in the term of 2014 to 2019 cabinet. She is also an Indonesian entrepreneur who owns PT Asi Pujiastuti Marine Product that runs in the seafood export industry, and PT Asi Pujiastuti Aviation, which operates Susi Air, which is very well known. If we want to fly to Bawean Island, which is a very beautiful island, there is only one flight we can take from Surabaya, Juanda International Airport, to the Bawean Island, which is Susi Air. That is very awesome. And she started her leadership as minister by creating 3 pillars: sovereignty, sustainability, and prosperity in order to manage our ocean as future of our nation. Her persistence to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in Indonesia has been recognized, not only by national communities, but also at the international level. She has got many awards, that's very interesting to know, such as the most phenomenal minister of Indonesia in 2019. That was very amazing, I can say. The top global thinkers under the category of defense and security in 2019, and the champions of the Women Enterprise Leadership Group in 2018, and many more. Okay, let's start the session, and I would like to say hello to Ibu Susi. Hello, Bu Susi. Good morning in Austrian time. Have you been connected with us? Hello. Maybe there is a technical problem with the connection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boy. I think Mrs. Susi Pujiasti will be back in 30, 50, Mr. Boy. 13:50.
Okay, everyone, before we are waiting, during We are now currently waiting for Bu Susi to be standby again with us. So it's very interesting actually to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, which have already signed by 189 countries in the world. That's a very very important thing or important issue to be talked nowadays, because that's one of the crucial targets within the Sustainable Development Goals is the living below water. So we all know that Indonesia is the biggest archipelagic country in the world, I can say, and even not only in Southeast Asia, I can say, but also in the world, that Indonesia is a very important archipelagic country in the world, because we have a lot of resources in Indonesia which we can utilize it. Indeed, during the climate change, everything become very challenging. The fishery sectors also face some challenges because of the change of the environment. A lot of factors causing, and one of them is the excess human activities, let's say from the household activities, and importantly from the industrial practitioners, which contribute a lot to the excess, let's say, liquid or solid waste in our environment. That the reasons why the climate change is happens in Indonesia very much. So that's why with this conference, I hope that this will very fruitful for you guys, let's say, to enrich your knowledge, let's say, to discuss together what should we do in the future to tackling the adverse effect of the climate change, especially when we talk about the sustainable resource in resource, something like that. Here, I'm sure that there are a lot of students coming to this conference virtually. So we expect that you will not only, let's say, finish after this conference, you can extend your idea together with other participants attended today. Let's say, it's very potential for you to make a future cooperation to, let's say, contribute to the, let's say, to the efforts of meeting the target number 14 of the Sustainable Development Goals, I can say, because I'm also personally a researcher and lecturer. So for me, I would like to invite you guys to cooperate with me as well in the future. Anyway, I saw that Bu Susi has already joined us again. I would like to say hello to Bu Susi. Bu Susi, how are you today?
Good, thank you. How is everybody? I hope everyone is here happy and healthy. So,
yeah, thank you very much for your kind words. Anyway, I'm in Austria, Ibu, and now we are now in the fourth lockdown. Yeah, that's okay. I'm in Austria. I'm pursuing my PhD in food chemistry. So I'm, let's say, developing the quality control of the seaweed products. Yeah.
Great.
Anyway,
great.
And we are now in the fourth lockdown. This is the fourth lockdown in some European countries, and it's very, let's say, it's not really convenient for me. Anyway,
I think Austria hits very hard sekarang, yeah. I think Austria it's hit very hard right now.
I think so. Now. Yeah, I think in not only in Indonesia but also in some European countries also face the difficult situations, Ibu. Let's say to combat the effect of COVID-19 outbreaks.
Okay, so
yeah, Ibu, we have already introduced our attendees about you.
Okay,
and we have already read your CV for the. I mean, like for the attendees. And before we talk to the main topic of today's keynote speech, we would like to, let's say, know some interesting points about you. According to your curriculum vitae, for sure that you are the first woman who is in the position of Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and also you went to the minister from your entrepreneurship basics. 2 points are for us very important, I can say, because the first one, you are a woman, so for sure that, let's say, woman can say anything, I can say. So talking about that, I'm interested in knowing to what extent the women empowerment in Indonesia should work, because in here in Austria, and I saw in some European countries, women are not only in the management position, but they also work for the construction. It is very interesting, Ibu. So would you like to, let's say, share your point of view with us about to what extent the woman empowerment in Indonesia should work?
On the government side, or on my personal opinion side, or what the government has to do?
I think in your opinion, your point of view as the practitioners, Ibu.
What I see right now in Indonesia, actually there are a lot of tribes atau suku which is already put the woman advance, like the Minangkabau people. Woman has its own capacity in their positions to basically to do more and able to do more. Yes, society sometimes is depend to what lead, what the group or the community that lead the society. But towards the women themselves, I always said we should not think by being woman, you are different than a man. In manner of capacity, in manner of ability, in manner of energy, in manner of anything. Okay. You are as capable, as smart as men are. So nothing in the world should limit you from woman's side, from being woman, from to be woman. There should be nothing like that. And the only thing that is under your control is your own mind. So liberate your mind. That is the first thing. That not all the time thinking, I'm a woman, I have many limitations. No, you don't have to think like that.
Okay.
Woman or a man, just your gender. But professional wise, capacity wise, common sense wise, it's the same.
Okay. So let's say it's better to, let's say, keep in our mind about liberating our mind, Ibu, ya, to be, let's say, woman.
You are equal in your mind. That's it.
Yeah.
So
the mind is the most crucial thing.
You demand equality, but all the time you think you are different. What?
Yeah.
So
that's strongly agree with you, Ibu. Okay.
Stop thinking you are different.
Okay, we have to highlight about this, dear attendees. And the second one, Ibu, talking about your basic before you become a minister. One of your basics is entrepreneur, right? And it's very, let's say, interesting to know, how your entrepreneurship prepared and support your career as Minister of Fisheries and Marine Affairs, because I know that for me myself personally, it's also very important to, let's say, to engage the practitioners in the cabinet as well, because also the entrepreneur practitioners, they know a lot of things about what happened in the trading, let's say in the production or something. Can you briefly explain us about that, Ibu?
Well, being entrepreneur is one thing that the job is you create. Entrepreneurship is not something that somebody giving to you a position. An entrepreneurship is a profession, it's a work, It's an enterprises that you are creating from your idea, from your work, from anything that you own doing it. It's not something given to you. It's not something you apply for it. You build it, you make it, you do it. It's on your own. That's entrepreneurship. And when you run it for quite some time, you become a very knowledgeable person. You become a very resilient person, because as an entrepreneur, your teamwork is your employer. The people that you lead, not the people that equal to you. So you always in the above ladder, on the you example stairs, you are on the top. You oversight, you leading, you taking the people. Yeah. By the time you must have a very strong leadership. Because without that leadership on you, you hardly be survive as an entrepreneur. That's it. So is that supporting me in KKP as a minister or as one of the cabinet member? Yeah, I can be sometime in the cabinet, maybe more into icebreaker, more to the short, easy solutions. So I can giving more to bringing things more feasible. That's probably the difference with more other. While normally academicians, scientists or bureaucrat, they have a different angle on looking at things, way also to look at things. So, and as a minister in KKP, I try to basically help KKP and myself. So I also have to help because I'm also a new world to the bureaucrat. So how both of us can work and running the day-to-day operation, including making the policy more into effective and professional. That's what it's helped. So other than that, yeah, it's a different. Of course, for bureaucrat, they're not also easy to adopt my fast, my very straightforward approach, my down to earth response and things like that. It's different, but it's an advantage. It's a big advantage to make it more easy.
Yeah.
Because when you run a business, you don't like problem. You don't like trouble. Because trouble is cost you money. So in all occasion, in all stage, an entrepreneur, a businessman will always try to avoid trouble, because trouble means cost money, other than time, of course, and energy.
Yeah, I see.
And we don't like that. So
very nice.
In conclusions, we become more very effective and efficient person.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Which means that let's say we think about in the industrial perspective, we always learn about efficiency and also effectiveness, right, Ibu? So that you manage that. Yeah.
Two are become the way we live. Not only work, but I live like that. I can't waste my daily, even my personal life. It's managed on effective and efficient. Cannot be different.
Yeah. So we can say that Ibu Susi is the signature of the empowered woman, the real empowered woman, I can say. Ibu.
simple,
Yeah.
effective, and efficient.
Yeah. Okay, Ibu, let's go to our main topic today. We will be talking about the protection and the restoration ecosystem, because this is also very, let's say, important to talk with you as one of the practitioners of the fisheries sector in Indonesia. And one of the highlighted topic in our today's talk show is the aquaculture management amidst COVID-19. First of all, we have already, let's say, make the literature search before that in some countries their seafood, let's say, their fisheries and aqua sectors also face the are also impacted by the COVID-19. Let's say the fish sales decline, the fish value sold also decline because of the suspensions of the industrial activities of them. So, because you are one of the one playing in that field, we want to ask you some question. By the way, does your company also get impacted by COVID-19, Ibu?
So the fisheries company is no more activity since 2006. So my fisheries company is already, it's not shut down. We keep it alive, the registration and everything, because we have the FDA's approval, we have the European approval number, so we don't want to lose that. We maintain the administration, but the activity operation, it's no more for business. The Suzy Air business, yes, of course, is very affected because it's transportation. So there is no transportation business not affected by COVID, all affected. So, but we do restructuring, we do reshaping, we do adjusting. So far, not very good, but will be survived.
Okay, so basically, I can say that during the COVID-19 outbreaks, so your company works very normal. I can say that, Ibu?
No, it is not normal. We don't make money. We only lose money, but we can survive.
Okay. Yeah. During, let's say, you actually can also still survive during the COVID-19 outbreaks. Let's say, I know what is the most challenging stuff, Ibu, during the COVID-19, which
to survive in the COVID-19, you have to go through restructuring. Restructuring company is anything, organization, company, restructure your life. It's always painful. It's not easy. You cutting costs, you resizing your costs, you're resizing your exposure, you're resizing the people, anything. Your office, including your, if necessary, your life standard. Luxury is also has to be compromised. That's what it's called restructuring. So it's very painful. So, and that's the only way to survive. If you don't do that, yeah, you will lose.
Okay. I see. Well, what happened in European country, Ibu, as the consequences of the company cessation, especially the seafood industry, one of the, let's say, one of the actions acted by the government in European countries, they supply money to the, let's say, the practitioners in the industry got impacted by COVID-19. So
that's very good. So they can survive easier. But in Indonesia, they don't do that. So only UMKM who get the support. But the normal, more than UMKM, there's no support. So everyone, it must be very tough. But if the owner, if the management, the director of the company able to restructure, go from resizing the cost, restructuring the cost, restructuring the employer, restructuring the business, that's still possible to survive. And it's slowly coming back now.
Yeah, good luck for Indonesia and for your company, Ibu, because I'm sure that, we have to, let's say, the government should concern a lot on the fishery sector, because you know that fisheries play important role in, let's say, ensuring the food security, let's say, in the world, also, especially in Indonesia. Do you agree with that, Ibu? That, let's say, the fishery sector must be concerned a lot, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Fisheries or agriculture, anything that's related to food is important, because what it is happened right now is slowly clearer, slowly more obvious that logistic chains, logistic connectivity will be disrupted. And these disruptions in logistic connectivity, also availability, is going to affect the price and the availability of the food itself. So it's become a very significant threat to food security, to food availability. Is that enough food in any place right now, continuously and sustainably? That's what very important, the question. So this is why everyone is concerned and committed into signing the SDG, but come to the point that climate change, food sustainability, food security has to be in place. The consequences of the commitment, it's still being questioned. When I was a minister and meeting in Austria, also in US, in New York, what is necessary and important right now is what is committed by the members. It has to be follow-up. Not just say, I committed for marine protected area 5 million hectares, an example. Who is following up? Is that really 5 million is protected, or just the space is 5 million? But there is still fishing industry that not even sustainable on exploitation. So very important is the country, the United Nations and FAO are making the sufficient institutions that can control, that can follow up, or a board of committee that follow up of the commitment of every country. Right now, that is the big problem. Everybody promised, everybody committed, but is that really in place, the marine protected area? How big is the one really protected comparing to the commitment has been made?
Anyway, that's very interesting. In your opinion, what's going on in Indonesia, Ibu, about that concern?
In Indonesia, what I had been done in 5 years, I put all the policy and also the sufficiency and effectivity of the surveillance monitoring of things in place is very, very strict. But no, the minister put the new policy and make the even planning for quota, for selling concession by quota in the name of penangkapan ikan terukur. So basically measure how much you can exploit. But when you invite investment for that, implementation in practical world, that's not happen. Canada had been failed on running the quota system on fishing industry. And they learn from it. So right now, we should think with the climate change, with the shortage of protein supply and demand that we possibly need with the growing population, we should never concess our natural resources in the fisheries sector, because it's very dangerous. If we want to make WPP the wilayah pengelolaan perikanan like HPH seperti konsesi hutan, the disaster is waiting to come in our country. Because hutan is a clear border. For the fish is swimming from the coastal to the, even come to the high seas. The yellowfin tuna that people catch in the Gulf, in Alaska, in Australia, 68% of them is breed in Ambon, in Banda Sea. So, if you don't protect Banda Sea, you're threatening 68% yellowfin of the world. It's not forest. The forest in Kalimantan habis, finish. If you protect Sumatra, Sumatra will still have forest. But if you catch the fish in Banda, all those baby tuna, the whole world will suffer with the supply of yellowfin tuna. So everything that you do at the ocean is affecting the next area. The ocean of the world is a one. It's not different. You can name it this coordinate is Natuna Sea. This coordinate Southern China Sea. This Indian Ocean. But the water is mixed. It's one water. It's one world, one ocean. The health of every ocean is the health of one ocean. That's what we have to remember. So, and Indonesia is very fortunate to have the 4 flowing ocean water from 4 samudra or 4 oceans, what you call it. Even it's one ocean, but it's coming from a different climate, temperature. So it's very flourish, very nutrients friendly, rich of nutrients. And we always pass by migratory fish. As well, we always pass by any shipping that is needed to move from one world to another world, from the northern world to the southern world, from the western world to the eastern world. They're always passing our territorial, our EEZ, our natural resources, the ocean's resources. And that's bringing all the luck, bringing all the fortune, but bringing also all the threat. That's what we have to realize.
Let's say, Ibu, if I can say that we should be very lucky to be part of Indonesia, because let's say the capability of Indonesia in, let's say, maintaining the yellowfin tuna sustainability for the world, I can say. And because, you know, the why we are able to do that, because of the advantages you have just mentioned, Ibu. So
no, it's not we have to be fortunate with our capability. We don't have capability. That is the biggest problem. We are fortunate that Indonesia, by its nature, become the breeding zone of yellowfin tuna.
Okay.
But if we cannot protect this Banda Sea, so 68% of tuna in the world is coming from there. If we cannot protect this, the whole world is suffering. Of course, us is the first suffering. We don't have capacity. Right now, we want to concess our ocean.
Okay.
We want to sell. We want to sell by quota for fishing in Indonesia water to any country, to anybody. And that's the question of, are we moving into SDG as we committed or not? That's the question.
Okay, Ibu. So another question also will be addressed to you also, Ibu. So talking again about the incapability of Indonesia in maintaining the, let's say, the breeding zone of the yellowfin tuna. So what is actually the main factor causing the incapability, Ibu? Is that because of the, let's say, deteriorated of the water quality in Indonesia, or because of the incapability of the human itself, Ibu?
It's the policy and also the consistency of us on managing our resources.
Okay. Last but not least, Ibu, let's say we would like to let's say ask your future direction. Let's say for us and academician and students to play role in the restoration and the protection of marine ecosystem, especially the issue which you have just mentioned to us before about the maintaining, let's say, the yellowfin tuna breeding zone in Indonesia for the world, Ibu.
Yeah, what we see right now, the fisheries are dependent on many other sectors. Like the Banda Sea is not only threat by the fishing itself, because many big porciners are coming there, so they catch baby tuna. So the tuna small size are catch, but also the mining. There are few mining area in Indonesia that is no exploit, and waste are planning to go to the sea. And this is the big dangerous. So what it's needed, how to restore and how to protect the marine resources, not only as a protection area, but also as a protective resource for us and for the future. We have to consolidate and integrate the policy on mining, on fisheries, and on environment. The mining and the fisheries, that is the resource, economically needed to be exploited. But the environment should be protected, because those will not sustain if the environment doesn't work, the protections. So first, integrating and synchronizing the two sectors, that's mining and the fisheries, and then the environment. These three has to be sitting down together. If not, you cannot make it happen. The SDG 14, where we are committed, will be the end we cannot fulfill. We committed to 20 million marine protected area, but few of this marine protected area is on threat of tiling. So the waste from the mining sector. So yes, there is no fishing industry there, but there is a mining industry. Upstream, and the waste is going to the sea, where we are calling it marine protected area. So you cannot do contradictions. We have to stop this and start consolidate and integrating the policy, not by sector, but by environment point of view and the sustainability. We have to talk sustainability because this resource is for next generation to come. It's not just for us now, but also for the kids, the grandkids of the kids, the great-great-great-grandkids. So it's need a very strong commitment to put this together. Otherwise, the big resource, you exploit the mining, you destroy the fisheries. You increase the fishing industry without control and monitoring, will also threatening the resource to be finished off very soon. So the strong commitment from our leaders is needed in the first place. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Susi, for your future direction for us. Let's say I can say that the commitment from the top leaders is the very strong way to
important.
make that for sustainable environment. And also, Bu Susi have already told us that's the cruciality of the environmental sustainability, Ibu, because it will impact other things. Let's say also the fish stock will be highly impacted a lot by the sustainable environment. And there are three sectors who have to sit together to, let's say, to formulate the policy, thinkings, and idea who are from the mining industry, fishery sector. Maybe we are also we can also as the academician or researcher or student can also involve in that system, ya Ibu. And then the fishery sector and also the environment sector, we have to sit together. Three aspects we have to sit together. Anyway, Bu Susi, thank you very much.
Make a national map. Make national map.
Okay, the national map. Let's say the strategic planning.
The mining, mapping the fisheries, making the aquaculture sector, because we are now how you call it, encouraging everybody to plant mangrove.
Yeah, that's interesting, Ibu. Yeah.
But the aquaculture industry are every day cutting the mangrove to open a farm, shrimp farming. So
yeah,
what's the balance?
Yeah.
Why
also
don't you make a national map?
No.
Why don't you make shrimp farming in the place where there is no mangrove anymore?
Let's say, Ibu.
Yeah, like there are many places that the mangrove is destroyed.
Yeah.
Instead of planting mangrove there, and in the other place, the shrimp farming industry cutting the mangrove, move the shrimp farming to the place where there is no mangrove. You understand?
Yeah, sure. We understand it because you know
in Java we are planting mangrove, but in Lombok, in Bali, in other places, in Sulawesi, the mangrove is cut for shrimp farming.
Yeah.
And in Java, a long time ago, the mangrove also cut for shrimp farming. Why don't you ask the shrimp farming to come to Java and make the shrimp farming there?
Yeah.
And then we protect the mangrove that it is already there by nature in other places.
Yeah, that's not sustainable, ya Ibu. They make something, but they have consequently to destroy something.
In the
That's not
other,
sustainable.
in the other place, you know. It's not consistent.
Yeah.
Consistent mean as Indonesia, not consistent as, oh yeah, I'm in Java, yeah, I'm just doing in Java. You know, environment is not separation. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Susi, for for a very nice talk show today. And Ibu, by the way, do you have, let's say, any suggestions about the area of Indonesia, which, let's say, can be a signature for us? Let's say this is the location in Indonesia which this become an example for other areas in Indonesia in terms of the environmental sustainability. So they work everything well. I mean, like they maintain the quality of fisheries and the fish stock are well sustainably something.
Well, many places in Indonesia Timur who already have in the east part of Indonesia who already have SASI regulation, where they shut down fishing for 2 years from this area to this area, and then opening it up after 2 years, and then shut down the other area. So that's the local wisdom, which is we should protect. But instead of this, the Central Jakarta sending all the big ship there, fishing vessel, and destroyed from the middle of the sea. Yeah, it's we can learn from the local wisdom in many small islands. Like in south coast of Java, there are many mangrove that is protected because they believe with the language, kalau kesandung mutan mati. Mutan itu bakau. Jadi kalau bakau sampai roboh, kamu tersandung kena pohon bakau, kamu mati. Dan and that is reflecting into the once was the epidemic of malaria, endemic malaria. Because people cutting the mangrove for shrimp farming. And then it was big malaria all over. I think in one day, hundreds of people died, 1995.
Yeah, actually, the main reasons why it happens because of the destroyed mangrove ecosystem, ya Ibu?
Yeah, so those kind of things. So can we make all departments together to sit down? Better coordination, better commitment is always make the development toward SDG 14 toward sustainable development is on the better way. You know.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your time today for a very nice talk show. And one important things I highlighted today is about the SDGs itself. Bu Susi says that we have already committed to be participate in the SDGs. Like how about the action? So we do not want to not only sign it, agree with it, but we have to make action. That's it, Bu Susi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Ibu, thank you very much for your time. And this is very nice. And before we close this sessions, would you like to do your favor to take photo together with us? Yeah. And also there will be also a working session for the certificate letter. Please, operator, could you please help us for the photo taking? Okay, the operator, are you ready? Are you ready for the photo taking?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 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 Thank you very much, Bu Susi. Is there any
Makasih,
certificate
sama-sama.
giving, guys? Okay. Okay. I think that's all. Thank you very much, Bu Susi, for your time, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, that's all for the sessions with Ibu Susi. However, can you please, let's say the organizer, give me sign whether you have already taken the picture, because I did not hear anything from the for the committee about that. Okay, unfortunately for you guys, there is no, let's say, the Q&A session today, because it's based on the request of Ibu Susi. All right, how are you, everyone? Are you still on?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. Well, for the next speaker will be Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Hisam, who is a researcher and lecturer from the University of Malaysia Terengganu in Malaysia. And sadly, we have heard just now from the committee. Okay. Sadly, we have just heard from the Dr. Fazrul that his grandma passed away. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. So for that, so let's we stay for a while, calm, and make pray for the grandma of Dr. Fazrul. Okay, praying starts. Okay, praying finished. All right. Anyway, can we already connect to Dr. Fazrul at the moment?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Fazrul. Before the presentation starts, may I briefly introduce you about Dr. Fazrul Hisam Abdul Aziz, PhD. He is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science, University of Malaysia Terengganu. He earned his Bachelor of Applied Science, Fisheries at the University of Malaysia Terengganu in 2008. And he got a Master of Remote Sensing at the University of Malaysia Terengganu again in 2011. And he also got the Doctor of Marine and Coastal Resources Management and at Prince Songkla University in Thailand in 2016. At the moment, his research focuses on the impact of selective fishing gear in fisheries feeding ecology marine communities, fish behavior toward intrinsic and extrinsic factors, and management of fisheries resources. Excuse me. His other interest is characterization of ecosonder backstatus for fisheries application at micro level by remote sensing technique. Cost of time spent searching for school of fish in deep sea and coastal areas are high. Moreover, lack of knowledge in predicting target fish school may result in exploitation by catch non-target fishes. His achievement has been published in 17 published papers in the High Impact Factor Journal. Anyway, talking about sustainable fishing, Dr. Fazrul, during the COVID-19, for sure, the whole fisheries activities in some countries, they shut it down, or not really shut it down, but suspended. Consequently, the fish availability was alarming at the moment. However, the fish stock in the aquatic ecosystem is abundant. So that is, let's say, it's just different impact generated by the COVID-19. That's why today we are going to listen to the presentations of Dr. Muhammad Fazlul Hisam Abdul Aziz, who will be talking about sustainable fishing. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Fazlul Hisam Abdul Aziz. Time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and very good day, everyone. Can committee share my slide because right now I'm still in the middle of the village. The internet is quite low. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah. Okay. Can the host helps Dr. Fazlul to be able to share his screen with us?
Okay, thank you to the MC. Just mentioned by the MC that my grandmother just passed away around 2 p.m. Malaysian time. So I will try to focus and give my best for the speech today. So thank you first of all to the committee and to the Faculty for Fisheries, Marine Universitas Airlangga for inviting me and give me the opportunity to give a speech about the sustainable fishing. Okay, my name you can call me just Fazrul. Actually, I'm really focused right now to do the research on fishing gear and to know the impact of the fishing gears to the fish stock, to the fish wild stock in around Malaysia, and I also focus the research in Thailand because I got my PhD over there under Dr. Sui, the next presenter after this. All right. Okay, can you go to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. How about we also know that the fish stock around the world is not renewable. So FAO in 2020 has published the report, and they identify all the techniques and all the captured fishing gears that used nowadays is not sustainable. So that means most of the fishing gears will produce bycatch or fish fresh. Okay, and 65% of bycatch come from the modern fishing such as fish core, persimmon and long line, and 35% come from the artisanal fisheries such as trap. Trap we can divide by several kind of fishing gears such as fish trap, squid trap, and also prawn trap. And also drift net and also angling technique of fish recreational. So there are 600 marine fish stocks that are monitored by the FAO. 3% are underexploited, 20% are moderately exploited, 52% are fully exploited, and okay, can you hear my voice or not?
Doctor, I'm sorry, I think the voice is not really clear.
That's clear. Okay. Can you hear me?
Excuse me?
Right now, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better. It's much better than before.
Can you hear me?
Doctor.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
It's now much more better than before.
All right. All right. Okay. Let me start again. Okay. FAO in 2020 actually have run a research and identified that all the fish technique around the world is not so sustainable. So most of the fishing gears that used today is not what we call efficiently for to manage or sustainable fisheries management. Okay, in 2020, FAO produced a report that 65% of bycatch are come from the modern fishing, such as fish straw, persimmon, and long line, and 35% more from the artisanal fisheries, such as trap, drift net, and fish recreational. Okay, trap can be divided by 3 types of traps that focus on fish, for prawn and also a squid. Okay, and FAO also run monitored fish stocks. There are 600 fish stocks that monitored by the FAO. 3% are underexploited, 20% are moderately exploited, 52% are fully exploited, 70% are overexploited, 7% are depleted, and very sadly, just 1% are recovering from depletions. Okay, just 1%. Okay, can you go to the next slide? Sorry, can we go to the next slides? Okay, this is the graph that show the demand for the marine wild stocks, marine fisheries, and also aquaculture are increasing annually, starting from 1950 until today, 2020. You can see the graph. The demand never get low, but increasing annually. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the map. As we can see in our regions in 31. Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand sharing the same region that monitored by the FAO in 31. Okay, there are around 58 sites that monitored by FAO, and they divided that area and monitored annually. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, how about affected stock in Asian region? Okay, let me focus in Asian region only. So most of the fishes that's affected in Asian region is pelagic fish. Just around 2 species, banana prawn and giant tiger prawn, that affected in Indonesia. This is the landing tons, 83,000 tons in 2019. Can you imagine? A lot of pelagic fishes get a lot of demand from the market, and they landing a lot of these species every day and annually, and the demand never come down. So that is very sad, and the stock become very bad from year to year. Okay, can we go to the next slides? Okay, this is the fishing gear that very famous and used every day by our fishermen. First of all is trawl net. We can get only target species 20%, and non-target species is 80%. Can you imagine that? The trawl net. We also call the trawl net, the bottom trawl net, destructive fishing gears, because they will they will destruct the habitat of the fishes, and also catching the small fishes. Okay, for since target species only 35%, and non-target bycatch is 65%. And also the trap, like I mentioned before, we can divide it by squid, prawn, and fishes. Trap for squid, prawn, and fish. 40% is target species, and 60% is non-target or bycatch. And also we have 55% target species only, and 45% is bycatch. Long line fishing, 60% target species, and 40% is bycatch. Okay, so according to this data, most of the fishing gear that very famous we use nowadays will catch a lot of bycatch. Then the highest one is from the trawl net. Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, when we talk about fish stock, is it fish recreational or angling? I think most of the men, or I think some of women, like to fishing around the world. Okay, there are 700 millions of anglers around the world. Can you imagine? If one angler get 10 matched fishes in a year, can you imagine what 700 millions of anglers will do to the matched fishes in the open sea? Okay, of course, this will affect the fish wild stocks. Okay, and recreational fishing also can cause several conservation issues, such as high stock exploitations. Okay, and they also like to fishing just for trophy, like such as marlin. If you someone who love fish recreational or love for angling, you will like to catch fish that very big and give you, I think, her opponent, a hard opponent for you. Okay, such as marlin and big fish that very rare. Okay, and you also will do some habitat destructions. Okay, and you can catch unwanted catch. Sometimes you can catch turtle, otter or something like that in the fresh water, and you can introduce species or non-native species in the new habitat. Okay, this is very dangerous for recreational fishing, but it also helping the economy and boost economy in several local people. Okay, can we go to the next slides? Okay, this is my publications. Because when we talk about recreational fishing, we also think about catch and release, CNR. I call it CNR. But is it the fish that we use catch and release technique will get live after that? Will survive after that? So based on my publications, based on my research, can we go to the next slides? I will show you the data. Sorry, can we go to the next slides? Okay, this is we just focus on one species that we claim that very hard to die. Okay, this is snakehead species. So 80% of the snakehead species will not survive in the control tank after get stuck by the hook. What we call is deep hooking. Okay, they swallow almost all of the hook. So most of the snakehead is not survive because the internal bleeding occur in their body. So what I want to try to tell you, catch and release method is not suitable actually. If you want to conserve in that area, you must close certain area for fishing, not only for angling or for any fisheries activity. If you want to conserve a certain part, or you want to get back the wild stock, you must stop any fishing activities, including the angling. Angling activity of fish recreational fishing is not good for sustainable fisheries. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, bycatch categories can be divided into three. First, we call normal bycatch. Second one is ghost fishing. The third one is cryptic fishing. Okay, cryptic bycatch. Sorry. Most of the bycatch and trash fish landing from artisanal fishing gear are not recorded. So this also we can categorize as IUU fishings, because most of the artisanal fishermen did not recorded their bycatch. And also, we also don't have the data from the artisanal landing of fish. Okay, can we go to the next slides? Okay, this is the normal bycatch. As you can see here from the picture 1, 2, and 4, this is from the gillnet. Okay, the gillnet that focus to catch pelagic fishes. But as you can see here, they catch sharks, ray, and also certain turtle and so on. This we call normal bycatch. Okay, because we, for example, you use crab gillnet. You want to catch crabs, but at the same time you catch other species. Other species we call it as bycatch. Okay, and the third picture, as you can see here, is from the porcine. Okay, you can see here the porcine want to catch the pelagic fishes, but at the same time they catch dolphin, because dolphin try to chase pelagic fish, because the pelagic fish is their food. Okay, so in the fish operations, the dolphin get entangled by the person. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, this is cryptic bycatch. As you can see here, the definition of cryptic bycatch is certain marine creatures that entangle to the fishing gears, able to release themselves from that fishing gears. However, they got injuries. As you can see here, the dolphin get injuries in the mouth area, but they survive, but they get injuries. Turtle also survive, but they lost their his hands. And also sea guff, you can see here the net around the mouth and the head area, and the seabird also entangled with the net. I think from the gill net around the neck area. So cryptic bycatch also very dangerous to the what we call marine creatures. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, this is ghost fishing. This is very popular kind of bycatch. We call this kind of bycatch also as floating cemetery. Okay, most of the ghost fishing comes from the artisanal fisheries because a lot of traps, a lot of drift nets lost every day. Lost every day, but not recorded, and this kind of fishing gear still able to functioning and catch the marine creatures. As you can see here, the gill net still entangle the sharks, the turtle, and if these marine creature entangled to the gill potential. Can we go to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. The research about bycatch is very not so many. So far, there are several of review that been done by the researcher around the world. Focus on tremor net, collapsible pod, trolling, and also crab bottom gill net. But others artisanal fishing gear is not focused on bycatch. Okay, can you go to the next slides, please? Okay, why we must take a look to artisanal fishing gear for sustainable fisheries. First of all, as you can see here, this is the zoning in Malaysia. We focus on zone A and zone B. Actually, is around 12 nautical miles because in this area is rich with the habitat, also rich with the juvenile species. So most of the 65% of the fishermen come from the A and B zone or artisanal fisheries. Okay, so we must focus on this area for sustainable fisheries, not in the area C, C2, and C3, because most of the small fishes occupy or occur in zone A and zone B. Okay, and most of the fish landing data are not recorded in this area. Okay, sustainable management, sustainable fisheries management on area A and area B is very important for sustainable fisheries in the future. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the potential of loss. No, sorry, not bycatch. Potential of loss fishing gears annually from artisanal fisheries. Like I mentioned before, trap divided by squid, prawn, and fish, 65% loss annually. If you put 100 trap in the open sea, 65 of it have potential to loss. Okay, drift net 12%, long line fishing 32%, angling 62%, 64%. Angling, you can lose your what we call your bait. The bait of fish from fish recreational is very dangerous. Some dolphin get died from that kind of bait because that bait get very dangerous hook around it. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, can you play the video? This is can you just click into the slides? This is the bycatch from the artisanal fisheries from crab gill net. Okay, this is the slipper lobsters that we get from the crab gill net. This is bycatch, but this kind of bycatch is very valuable and get high demand from the market. As you can see, the net get a lot of crab, but at the same time get other species. Okay. Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the new research will be published soon. I also work this kind of research with Dr. Sukri, my supervisor during my PhD. Okay, this come from the stingray gill net. I put the research in 3 different area of depth, and we want to see the impact of stingray gill net to the bycatch. Okay, can you go to the next slides? Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the picture of the bycatch. As you can see here, we want to catch ray, but at the same time, we get other kind of species of bycatch. This is we call in Malaysia U kemejan, but in English name is nostril shark, I think. So this kind of shark is very expensive and get high demand of the market. The value in market Malaysian market is around 1,000 and 1 and 2,100 ringgit, I think 1 to 2,100 ringgit. All right. Okay. Can you go to the next slides? I want to show you the data. Okay. From 3 different depths, as you can see here, we just can catch 122 stingray only. For in 1 year, you know, can you imagine that? But the bycatch is 648, 84.2% bycatch compared to the 50.8%. We call this kind of fishing gear is stingray gill net. But it's not efficient because we catch a lot of bycatch compared to ray. Okay, as you can see here, 84.2% of bycatch compared to the target species, stingrays, 50.8%. Okay, can you go to the next slides? Okay, as you can see here, we test it with the ANOVA, and we find it the bycatch is affected only by the seasons only. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? We divided the seasons by the rainy, moderate, and dry seasons. This is the multi-dimensional scaling that we use to plot the data. As you can see here, the bycatch indicate 3 big groups. Okay, as you can see here, 3 big groups based on the depth. Okay, so the bycatch is affected by the depth, and if you want to reduce the bycatch, we must also take the depth factor. Okay, can you go to the next slides? Okay, this is also the study with also Dr. Sukri. We study on the crab gill net in Patani, Thailand. So also indicate a lot of bycatch compared to the target species crabs. Okay, can you go to the next slides? Okay, as you can see here, the bycatch is 50.8% compared to the target species crab, 49.2%. So the bycatch is a lot compared to the Potinus plagicus or crabs. So can you go to the next slide? Sorry, can we go to the next slide? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My slide is free slide. Okay, right. Okay. This is the picture of the crab gill net from the Patani area. As you can see here, I got a lot of Hallutina scabra or golden sandfish, also lobsters, sharks, and prawn. This is from the bycatch of crab gill nets. The study almost 1 year, so we got a lot of bycatch. Okay, can we go to the
Excuse
next
me,
slide?
Dr. Fasrul.
Yeah.
Let me give you a gentle reminder that you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, can we pass it? Just 1 minute more. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, maybe next slides. Maybe skip this kind. Okay. Okay, why we must reduce bycatch for sustainable fishing? Okay, let's go to the next slides. Okay. Okay, most of the artisanal fishermen will catch a lot of avigerous female with breed female. So we must take this breed kind of breed female potential to survive. We must hatch the what we call the eggs first. Okay. When the crab with full of eggs entangled to the net, we must think something with the community how we must make sure all the eggs or the next generation will survive. Okay. Also, we got a lot of squid eggs around the net. Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Okay, this is the bycatch with high value and not valuable bycatch. Okay, this kind of invaluable bycatch is thrown away because it's very small and not edible in Patani area. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay, what are the techniques and methods that we can use for sustainable fishing? Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we have the macro level and micro level, what we call micro level techniques. Micro level techniques, if we want to use it to sense the fish in the underwater area, like echo sounder. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the publication that I use to detect underwater fishes by using scientific echo sounder. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the instrument that we use, echo sounder, to detect the fish. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the steady area, east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, very big area. Okay. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Sorry, next slide. Okay, what I want to show you before previous slide. Previous slides. What I want to show you, based on the acoustic finding, we found that pelagic fishes only occur in 20 and 30 meters only. You can find further information in my papers. You can read it. Because based on that kind of informations, that's mean after this, if you want to catch pelagic fishes, you can go for 20 and 30 meters only. Okay. All right. For the next slides. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the development of what we call in new innovations to reduce bycatch. First of all, I use lightning for fishing. We use kind green light. What we different intensity to catch to reduce bycatch. Next slide, please. Slides. Okay, the other one is we use pinger in a gill net. This kind of pingers can reduce bycatch because they will produce some underwater sounds that make some marine mammals not entangled to the gill net. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Okay, as you can see here, when we use pinger, we can catch only matured fishes only. Okay, this is kind of pelagic fishes. Okay, next slide. Okay, this squid net. Okay, this is the new kind of innovation. We want to catch the squid. Okay, next slide, please. This is crab gill net. We use also finger in this crab gill net. Okay, next slide. This is lobster and crab trap. We modified some kind of trap to catch lobster only and reduce totally out the bycatch. Okay, next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. Okay, we also invent new fish traps that only catch matured fishes only. All right. As you can see in here, only matured fishes are trapped into enter the fish traps. Okay, next slide. Okay, we also invent the next slide. Yeah, this is the result of our fish traps. We don't catch any bycatch from the new inventions. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we also make a new squid trap where we put two kind of leaf. First we call coconut leaf, and the second one is nipah leaf. After that we found that the coconut leaf and nipah leaf produce some kind of smell that attract the squid fishes to enter the traps. Okay, okay, next slide, please. Okay, this kind of squid that we get from the trap. Okay, next slide. Okay, this sustainable fisheries I mentioned before. A lot of artisanal fishermen get a lot of what we call crab with the eggs. So we hatch the crab first and release into the open sea later on. Okay, right? This will also takes 2 or 3 days only. No cost, no big cost, no and low budget only for to help the community. All right. Next slide, please. Okay. Also, we use it to the lobster around UMT area. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Also, we do this kind of method to the squid net. Squid net. To the squid eggs. They tangle to the nets. Sorry. Next slide. Okay, this is the community with full of the new hatchings, juvenile fish and crab or lobsters. We help the community to release the eggs or the hatches eggs into the open sea, the juvenile. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, this is we designing the new fishing gears with the students, and we test it with them. Okay, next slide. Okay, we also design FAD, fish aggregating device such as from the nature, from the tree, and also from the coconut leaf, and also the artificial reef. Okay, this is to attract, to give a new habitat to the local fishes, local fish. Okay, next slide. Okay, and please, as academicians and someone with a lot of data, please don't stop. Write in what we call in simple words to educate the society about sustainable fishing. I write a lot of this kind of information in the newspaper so that people will know how we want to go for sustainable fishing. So please don't stop, especially for the academicians. Okay, next slide, please. As the conclusions, bycatch or dry fish occur in artisanal and modern fishing gears, and a strong cooperation between the government, scientists, and fishermen is needed for sustainable fishing. And for successful of sustainable fishing, educate and public awareness to the society are needed. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I would like to give my acknowledgements to the grants, to the money from the High Ministry of Education, and also to the University of Malaysia Terengganu and Prince Supply University, and also to all fishermen involved during the sampling activities. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. I'm sorry for drag the times, and take care in the COVID times. Okay, thank you so much. I give back to the MC.
Excuse me, Mr. Mukri, it's still unmute.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fazrul, for a very nice and comprehensive presentation just now, and especially the slides containing the pictures of the killed animal because of the inappropriate fishing gear. That was unfortunate, in my opinion. Well, talking about the fishing, let's say sustainable fishing, Dr. Fazrul, it will be very, let's say, interesting if we also try to connect the, let's say, the sustainable fishing with the COVID-19 outbreak, which is currently happening worldwide. So I have not heard yet. I mean, like how the fishing, the fish capturing, let's say, technique or methods adjust to the COVID-19 outbreaks. Let's say, do you have, let's say, any point of view about that, Dr. Fazrul?
Okay, thank you to the MC. Okay, first of all, in Malaysia, we also have some restrictions to go to the open sea for sampling. Especially, we have to obey the rules from our government. However, I also designed some fishing gears during the COVID-19 to reduce the bycatch. For example, puffer fish. You know puffer fish, ikan buntal.
Yeah.
Puffer fish in Malaysia is not edible, and actually when artisanal fishermen get some of puffer fish, they will kill it or throw it in the land. Okay, so we design some kind of instrument that can reduce that did not catch the puffer fish in the trap. The puffer fish will go to the trap if they attract to the bait. So we change the bait. We change the color of the trap, and also we put something that give some sound underwater, so the pufferfish did not enter the traps. So right now, based on my data, most of the pufferfish, I think we cannot get any pufferfish right now with this kind of new designs. And also we get only the matched fishes, not the small one, but the big one. That's the aim of fishing gear. Fishing gear, we must think like this, that we use the fishing gear and every day, but we must think to catch only the matched fishes only. So the designation of fishing gear must catch matched fishes first, and the second one is to reduce bycatch. That's the objective we want to use right now with the community, especially for the artisanal fisheries. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it I'm answering your question? All right.
Sorry?
Is it I'm answering your questions?
Yeah, you did well, Dr. Fazrul. Yeah, it's very nice answer, Doctor, because we all know that, let's say, when we talk about the sustainable development goals, especially the living below water, you can see, like, in your point of view, you are a researcher, you made something for us. Let's say you design, let's say, the fishing gear, which is very selective Because why? You make it because you do not want to, let's say, catch the pufferfish itself. Because the more caught pufferfish, the more pollutions on the land, right? So that is, let's say, a commitment for the researcher. And also, I saw you, Dr. Fazrul, in your social media. You posted some, let's say, some newspaper and the magazine. You were present on the either magazines and newspaper. That's also the way how we disseminate our findings in a very casual way, I can say. Anyway, I would like to remind everyone who is attending the today's virtual conference to, let's say, if you are willing to ask any question, please write your question on the chat room. Okay. Is there any questions? I will check the time in the meantime. Okay. Unfortunately, the time is almost up, Dr. Fazrul, and apparently at the moment there is no another questions addressed to you. So I think everyone who are interested in talking, let's say, to the Dr. Fazrul, maybe if you are not willing to ask your question today, would you like to answer the question via email, Dr. Fazrul?
Yeah, you can go to my email, md.fazrul@umt.edu.my.
Yeah, since UMT is our sister university.
I will type my email. All right.
Yeah. Since the UMT is our sister university, so the opportunity to come to the UMT for pursuing your study, or let's say you are doing your present, let's say, internship or experiment for your undergraduate or master thesis, you can also come to Dr. Fazrul to learn from him about your topic of interest. And there are a lot of interesting, there are a lot of interesting stuff presented by Dr. Fazrul, especially the important role of the, let's say, the cruciality of the fishing or fish capturing in sustainable development goals. Let's say it becomes a big task for everyone, especially for us. Like, let's say, for the student, for the researcher, lecturers, and government, we have to sit together and, like what also have discussed with our first keynote speaker, that we have to cooperate, we have to collaborate to, let's say, tackling the impact of the global climate change, especially which is impacted by the inappropriate fishing gear. And I think that's the second keynote speech. And again, Dr. Fazrul, we want to say sorry to hear that your grandma has passed away just now. We want to make dua for your grandma for her peace. Amin, Allahumma amin. Okay, without wasting our time again, let's take picture together with Dr. Fazrul. I would like to ask the committee to manage this session. Okay, Dr. Fazrul, can you be ready for the photo session? The committee, can you count it when you are taking the picture?
Okay, I will lead documentation.
Okay. Thank you, MC, and thank you to the committee. Thank you so much.
For the first slide, I will count on 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Fazrul, they are now taking the picture.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
For the first slide, on 1, 2, 3. And the next slide, on 1, 2, 3. And next slide, 1, 2, 3. And the last slide, on 1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's all, Dr. Fazrul. Thank you very much for your cooperation with us today, for your insight, for your knowledge.
See you
I'm
again.
sure
Thank you
that
so much,
this
everyone.
is very helpful.
Okay.
And see you again in the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, everyone. We have just finished for the first and the second keynote speech, and it's time for us to make some breaks. We have, let's say, 10 minutes for breaks from 15:15 to 15:25. So please help yourself with your meals if you have, and then after 10 minutes, which is at 15:25, please come back again in the Zoom. Because we are going to listen to the third and fourth keynote speech. Thank you and see you later.
Thank you, Mr. Kai. We will meet again at the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we have a break time, there are some information from Bayu that will be conveyed. First, did you know Bayu? Bayu is first signal provider in Indonesia.
Bayu the main quota is index, notifying the prices applied throughout Indonesia.
Bayu, choose all the topping you want.
Bayu uses Telkomsel 4G LTE signal.
Complaint about Bayu can be via social media or directly chat with the NIMBY in the application.
You can have fun with the Bayu application, listen to music without cutting your quota, watch exciting movies, have anti-creeps games, listen to most podcasts freely, and much more.
There is a quota when you are loyal to Bayu, you know.
So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and download Bayu on Play Store or App Store. Bayu always everything internal, and the next there information that will be conveyed by Bayu. Okay, I give it to Bayu.
Okay, for Mr. Dewa from Bayu, it's time for us to give information Bayu.
Oke, selamat sore teman-teman semua. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman panitia sudah memberikan kesempatan kepada Bayu untuk presentasi sedikit tentang produk Bayu. Oke, aku mulai aja sebentar. Oke, aku mulai untuk teman-teman semua. Halo anak-anak Bayu di Indonesia. Sekarang aku mau sedikit mau kasih sedikit informasi lah tentang apa sih Bayu itu gitu. Jadi Bayu merupakan provider serba digital pertama kali yang ada di Indonesia. Kemudian Bayu adalah produk inovasi dari Telkomsel. Kemudian sinyal Bayu didukung jaringan 4G LTE Telkomsel di seluruh Indonesia. Jadi teman-teman kalau lagi penasaran nih atau mau lihat, memang sekarang Telkomsel produknya hanya ada 3 ya. Yang pertama Telkomsel pasca bayar, mungkin teman-teman dulu kenalnya sama kartu Halo. Kemudian ada Telkomsel prabayar, yaitu ada Simpati, ada Loop, ada kartu As. Nah ini sekarang jadi satu, dan kemudian yang terakhir produk terbarunya Telkomsel adalah Bayu yang dikhususkan untuk teman-teman yang lebih digital ya, lebih ke digital savvy gitu. Oke, kenapa alasan teman-teman menciptakan Bayu untuk anak-anak muda nih, atau anak-anak yang lebih ke digital savvy? Yaitu yang pertama, gaya hidupnya teman-teman yang sampai saat ini semakin kesini semakin digital. Kemudian ada platform yang di-develop serba aplikasi. Pengen selesai biasanya dalam satu aplikasi atau satu handphone. Nah ini kemudian pastinya harga ramah di kantong, sinyal kuat anti nge-lag, dan kartu bisa diantar ataupun diambil. Ini cocok banget buat teman-teman yang mungkin mager ataupun sekarang yang cocok sama kondisi saat ini ya gitu. Nah ini journey pemesanan kartu Bayu. Yang pastinya teman-teman ketika mau apply kartu Bayu, teman-teman harus ini dulu ya, download aplikasi Bayu terlebih dahulu, kemudian dari sana nanti teman-teman bebas memilih paket. Setelah memilih paket, teman-teman diminta untuk login. Login ya bisa boleh pakai Facebook, pakai akun Gmail, ataupun pakai nomor telepon. Seperti itu. Kemudian, nah ini ada fitur andalan juga dari Bayu, yaitu pilih nomormu sendiri. Jadi, teman-teman bebas memilih nomormu sendiri. Kalau misalkan tidak ada yang teman-teman suka, teman-teman bisa create nomor sendiri ya. Seperti itu. Kemudian selanjutnya teman-teman akan diminta memilih untuk mau diambil ataupun diantar kartunya. Nggak usah khawatir, Bayu sudah tersedia di seluruh Indonesia. Kita sudah kerjasama sama Indomaret di seluruh Indonesia, dan outlet-outlet terdekat ya, kayak counter-counter pulsa mungkin teman-teman lebih kenal. Kemudian di situ ada menu pembayaran. Pembayarannya pun digital juga, menggunakan dompet digitalnya teman-teman. Kita kerjasama dengan link aja, OVO, GoPay, kemudian Dana. Kita bekerjasama dengan bank-bank juga seperti Mandiri, BCA, dan BRI. Seperti itu ya. Kemudian selanjutnya ini ada Bayu Help Center Experience. Jadi kita punya Help Center Experience. Jadi teman-teman ketika punya problem dengan Bayu, pastinya bingung harus kemana gitu kan. Ya kita ada yang namanya biasanya disebut Nindi sama teman-teman Bayu. Jadi ini aplikasi chat dengan Nindi. Nanti boleh dilihat di sini. Hanya tinggal ini aja sih, di menu ada di bawah, kemudian nanti tinggal chat aja. Kira-kira teman-teman ini permasalahannya apa di Bayu. Seperti itu. Ini 24 jam 7 hari ya, jadi Nindi tidak pernah istirahat. Nah, di Bayu tidak melulu tentang beli kuota, beli pulsa. Jadi teman-teman bisa dengerin musik, bisa nonton film, bisa main game, sampai bisa melihat berita-berita yang terupdate ya. Nah, ini semua kita berikan fasilitas untuk teman-teman Bayu secara gratis, tidak memotong kuota utamanya teman-teman. Seperti itu. Nah, ini 5 alasan kenapa teman-teman harus move on ke Bayu. Ini ada 24 jam di semua jaringan, kuota utuh tidak dibagi-bagi. Terus kemudian customer care by Nindi 24 jam 7 hari. Bebas pilih kuota dan topping. Teman-teman ketika bebas nih milih toppingnya di sini. Jadi kira-kira 10 giga 10 hari untuk teman-teman, misalkan ada yang bilang kurang, ada yang bilang lebih. Nah, di Bayu fleksibel banget Kak ya. Jadi teman-teman bisa mengatur sendiri, misalkan 10 giga ini untuk berapa hari, untuk 30 hari, untuk mungkin 2 minggu, itu bisa diatur sendiri oleh teman-teman. Kemudian harga hemat bersahabat pastinya, kita tidak ada zona, jadi harga di seluruh Indonesia sama. Bonus kuota jadian, jadi ada bonus kuota jadian selama 3, 6, dan 9 bulan. Biasanya Bayu akan memberikan hadiah untuk customer-customer loyal kita. Ini ada produk-produk favorit dari Bayu, ada 10 giga, cuma 20.000. Kemudian ada 5 giga, 15.000 untuk 14 hari, sampai ke produk yang unlimited ya. Seperti itu, pilihan topping andalan kita sih biasanya ada YouTube dan telepon ya. Kita teleponnya hanya Rp1.000 dalam 1 bulan untuk 4.320 menit. Seperti itu. Di sini mungkin ada teman-teman yang butuh topping untuk ruang guru, mungkin platform Zoom, dan lain sebagainya. Oke, saya rasa itu saja presentasi dari saya.
Nikmatnya jadi anak Bayu. Bebas tentuin gigabyte dan masa berlaku semaunya. Bisa tambah topping yang ramah di kantong pula. Bisa pakai tanggal jadian buat bikin nomor HP loh. Pesan dan bayar semua cuma butuh jempol, HP, dan tentunya uangnya dong. Mau SIM card Bayu? Bisa diantar sampai pagar kok. Atau mau diambil sambil jajan di Indomaret? Boleh. Eits, tenang. Baru gabung udah dapet cuan. Pas udah gabung, ada hadiah kuota Monversary juga loh. Pokoknya bebas. Baru tahu kan nikmatnya jadi anak Bayu? Nih, kita tambahin lagi kenikmatannya. Scan QR code-nya sekarang dan dapetin tambahan 2 GB kuota data. So, tunggu apa lagi? Yuk, pakai Bayu.
Oke, terima kasih teman-teman panitia. Saya kembalikan ke teman-teman panitia. Silakan.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Dewa from Bayu. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a break time. To be noted, after the break, we will continue. I'm sorry, the break time is already gone.
Okay, now break time is over. Back the event. For the next agenda is third and fourth speakers. To guide the next event, I leave it to Mr. Goy. For Mr. Goy, can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goy. To Mr. Goy, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, to give me a chance to list the next agenda. Our ongoing agenda is the third and fourth keynote speech sessions, where the third keynote speech sessions will be given by Dr. Encarnion Emilia S., who will be talking about the economic benefits from sustainable use of marine resources, which is target number 7 of the SDGs 14. Before we start this presentation, may I read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Encarnion Emilia. Dr. Encarnion Emilia is a Dean and Professor of Fisheries Science in College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, University of Philippines, Visayas, and Post-Harvest Fisheries Specialist of the Comprehensive National Fisheries Industry Development Plan, or CNFIDP. She earned her Bachelor of Science at the University of Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City, and then her Master of Science at Cornell University, New York, USA, and he awarded the Doctoral of Philosophy at Murdoch University in Perth, Western Australia. She worked for the College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences at the University of Philippines, Visayas, as the undergraduate program coordinator. She has got many scientific awards, such as one UP Professional Chair Award, Professional Chair in Fishery Sciences, or especially post-service fisheries, and UP system in 2019 till 2021. The achievement has been published in 23 papers and 6 books. That's a very nice achievement. Together with us, we have already connected with Professor Emilia. Professor Emilia, how are you today?
I'm okay. Thank you very much. Is my audio okay?
Sorry?
Is my
Everything
audio
is okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, we have already met once in the Institute of Tropical Disease, I guess.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think 2 years ago. It was, let's say, it was program of the Airlangga Global Engagement. That was my first met with you. Okay, Dr. Emilia, without wasting the time, please, I give the time to you for your presentation.
Okay, let me share my slides with you. Okay, am I sharing it now? Okay, is it okay?
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. This afternoon's this afternoon's paper that I have is actually, you know, a different perspective from the other papers that have been presented earlier, because I am a post-harvest fisheries expert. That's why I want to have a look at it from the point of view of post-harvest fisheries, and at the same time, post-harvest and marketing perspective on how do we, what do we get out of the sustainable use of marine resources. That's why we titled it Increasing the Economic Benefits from Sustainable Use of Marine Resources. Once again, I am International Emilia S. Yap, presently the Dean and Professor of Fisheries Science at the College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, University of the Philippines, Visayas. One important thing that I have to mention here is that the economic benefits that I will be actually focusing on is would be actually derived from fish trading activities. As what I mentioned earlier, let's have a look at sustainable use of marine resources from the point of view of post-harvest fisheries and marketing. So let's have a look now and zero into the economic benefits from the fish trading activities. By definition, when you say fish trade, we are actually referring to the exchange of goods from one place to another from the, of the different actors in the supply chain. And fish trade has always played an important part in any fisheries. And international fish trade has actually been receiving or increasing very rapidly, although there has been a decrease somehow in 2020 because of the present pandemic, but right after several months, there had been a picking up of activities, especially international trade, and it has been estimated way back in 2016 that we have an estimated 45% of the world catch being traded internationally, and I bet it would still have the same after several months after the main onslaught of the present pandemic. Now, trading countries are often confronted with tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade and other distorting factors, such as subsidies that are present in trading relationships. Now, trading within one particular fisheries, for example, if we are to look at a typical fisheries value chain, trading can be found in several nodes of a typical fisheries value chain. From the production node going to the primary trading, then you could see a lot of activities going on, and from trading areas, primary trading areas, going to processing to marketing, and which you could see in here, there is trading going on and marketing to consumption, and marketing to consumption or to the consumers would either be in local or international trading areas. So basically, this value chain involves a full range of activities from input production to processing, trading and marketing, distribution, consumption, including support services. And these are all required to bring a product or service from its conception or production to the final consumers in the local, international, or global market. As you can see in here, if we are to look at the value chain map of Philippine sardines, for instance, okay, you could see that our sardines are penetrating the international market, and we have different trading partners all the way from from the Philippines. Our sardine products are sent to Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, the United States, Costa Rica, and also in some European countries. And also when you look at the value chain of the blue swimming crab in the Philippines, we also export our crab meats to different areas or to different countries in Asia and also across the globe, specifically in the US and Canada. Now, in order to maximize the economic benefits of a sustainable use of aquatic resources, we have to realize that there are some impediments or barriers to fish trade that are present. This could be either natural barriers, for example, and these natural barriers would include physical barriers, which means to say that it would be so hard to trade if trading partners are geographically separated. Okay, so it's one of those what we call natural barriers. Another one is a cultural barrier, meaning to say it would be hard for us to somehow trade some of our products because of the problem on language and even practices in the different marketplace. But nowadays, because of the exchange of products, you could see a lot of products in different shelves in different countries, and there could be some, some tweaking of some of those labels of the different products so that we could overcome the language barriers. And of course, some of part of these barriers to fish trade are the tariffs, which discourages basically free trade, and does not allow the principle of competitive advantage to work efficiently. These tariffs would include taxes on imported goods, protective tariffs, and protective tariffs. And of course, we have the non-tariffs, which would include the import quotas, trade embargo, and exchange controls. Now, if we are to look at these trade barriers, there are different concepts that we have to look into. The two of them would include the trade facilitation and trade measures. For trade facilitation, it actually aims to simplify importation and exportation to lower the cost of trade. Whereas the trade measures are, we have two types. We have the tariff measures and the non-tariff measures. And tariff measures are referred to those tax levied on imported goods, whereas non-tariff measures are policy measures other than tariffs and tariff rate quotas that have more or less direct impact on international trade. And basically, these non-tariff measures can affect the price of traded products and the quantity of the traded products, or both. Zeroing into non-tariff measures, there are some non-tariff measures available. As what I've mentioned earlier, these are policy measures other than the ordinary custom tariffs that can potentially have an economic effect on international trade in goods, changing quantities traded, or prices, or both. Now, there are different, as what I mentioned, there are different policies related to or relevant to importation and exportation, and we usually call them non-tariff measures. If the policy of one particular trading partner, for example, European Union, if they become very restrictive, these non-tariff measures become non-tariff barriers, and that becomes a very, very relevant issue that we have to deal with, because there are these they are actually what we call the barriers to trade, to say that it will we'll find it difficult actually to trade with our partners. Now, these non-tariff measures can be classified into technical measures, such as sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, pre-shipment inspection, and other formalities, whereas the non-technical measures would include all those ones in the list, which would include contingent trade protective measures, non-automatic licensing, etc., price control measures, financial measures, all the way to distribution restrictions, subsidies, intellectual property rules, and the rules of origin. Now, there are the specific impediments or barriers to fish trade that impact fisheries management. And I could actually cite here two impediments. One has something to do with product quality and safety certification systems. At this point, the Global Food Safety Initiative is endorsing schemes such as the Food Safety System Certification, the BRC or the British Retail Consortium Food Standards, International Food Standards, and Safe Quality Standards, among others. The other impediment is what we call the international certifications and or standards, specifically focused on fishery sustainability and social compliance. And there are some legislated and non-legislated, which I will be discussing later on. For product certification, okay, this product certification is actually, all those post-harvest people would know this, that this is a process of verifying that a certain product or service has passed performance test and quality assurance test. And there are some quality and safety parameters that are being tested. Those that are actually important, especially to fishery sustainability, would include the presence of pesticides, antibiotics, contaminants, and toxic elements found in the environment, as well as the microbial analysis and testing that could detect pathogens, specifically those who are trading aquaculture commodities. Now, with regards to fishery sustainability, okay, in order for us to increase the economic benefits of our activities, we have to have a look at the two important aspects, the legislated and the non-legislated rules and regulations that are actually connected with fishery sustainability. For the legislated, meaning to say there are several rules that are in place that we really have to follow, meaning to say that whether you like it or not, if you are to trade your commodity, you have to follow these rules. That's why it's called legislated rules. And examples of which is the IUUF, or the illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, and also the U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act. IUUF, as I think of most of you should know by now, includes illegal fishing or activities of vessels or harvesters that operate in violation of the laws of a fishery. Whereas unreported fishing are activities that have been unreported or misreported to the relevant national authority and are in violation of applicable laws and regulations. For unregulated fishing, these are activities by vessels without nationality, vessels flying the flag of a country which is not part of the RFMO governing a fishing area, or harvesting in unregulated area. What is the implication of not following the IUUF? If you are to trade, okay, if you are to maximize the economic benefit of your products, and you would like to market or to trade with the European Union, you have to realize that there are several rules or several regulations that EU are now implementing. One of which is the EU that was implemented in 2014 that aims to regulate EU fisheries to stop wasteful fishing practices, thereby promoting fishery sustainability. And that's why it's also one of the reasons why in EU they would like to pump in more money on aquaculture, because they believe that aquaculture would actually help in the fishery sustainability of those species from the wild. There are also specific regulations on IUUF specifically prohibiting the trade of IUUF products, and they require a Scotch certificate. In the Philippines, we had our Fisheries Code of 1998, which has actually been revised in 2000. I think it was 2008. I think it was revised in order to include provisions in our Fisheries Code on IUUF. Why? Because we cannot maximize the economic benefits of our traded commodities, because we cannot penetrate the EU market unless we show them that we are following the, we have regulations in place against IUUF, and we are issuing catch certification data or catch certificates. Okay, and we can show them catch certification data. And of course, we have the EU GSP, or the General System of Preference, providing preferential access to EU, which means to say that if you are not following IUUF, then you will not be part of the EU GSP. There is another, looming threat to our trade that will definitely affect our trading activities, especially to the U.S. And I am referring to the U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act, with import provisions rule that says that there has to be a reduction of marine mammal bycatch associated with commercial fishing operations. What does it tell us? That we have to sustain our we have to implement sustainability measures such that marine mammal bycatch is minimized. Now, one thing about the US MMPA is that it will be strictly implemented in about more than a month from now. That is on January 1, 2022. By this time, if a country must receive by this time, the country must receive a comparability finding to enable its exporters to continue exporting specific fishery products to the United States. Under the MMPA, or the Marine Mammal Protection Act, they have this what we call the list of foreign fisheries, wherein a component that classifies the export fish entering the United States as either export or exempt fisheries, depending on the frequency and likelihood of incidental mortality and deleterious injury of marine mammals. Now, under the LOF, or list of foreign fisheries, a fisheries can be under exempt fisheries, which means that your fisheries have no known or a very remote likelihood of marine mammal bycatch and are exempt for instituting a regulatory program. That means to say that your products can easily go and be traded in the United States. If, however, your fisheries is classified as an export fisheries, which that means to say that your fisheries has more than a remote likelihood of marine mammal bycatch or insufficient information available. There is insufficient information available on marine mammal interactions. One thing for sure, if your product or if your fisheries belong to the export fisheries, then by January, a month from now, you cannot be allowed to enter the United States. Incidentally, in the Philippines, we have a long list of species and specific fishing gears that are actually included in the list of export fisheries. Some of them would include tuna, which are captured by Persane. We also have some species such as the blue swimming crab, which are captured either by crab pots or crab traps and gillnet in different fishing areas in the country. Right now, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources in the Philippines had been doing a lot of things so that we could remove the names or the list, these species or these fisheries under the export fisheries list in the law. So otherwise, by January of 2022, we will not be able to export to the US these specific commodities. Now, these are actually, these are legislated rules and regulations that we really have to follow. And these rules and regulations are actually anchored on the principle of fisheries sustainability. Now, how do we increase the economic benefits? If we are to follow fisheries sustainability concepts, then we are quite sure that we're able to pass all the requirements of those legislated rules and regulations, such as the IUUF rules, those related to IUUF, and those related to the MMPA, or the Marine Mammal Protection Act. There are also this what we call non-legislated rules, or the what we call non-binding or consumer-centered. What do we mean by non-binding and consumer-centered? There are no rules specifically applied. They are not legislated. They are non-binding, meaning to say that a country or a company in one particular country can trade or can do trading to other partners in other countries. But it's up to the consumers whether the product will be bought or not. When I think it was during the International Fisheries Symposium held in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, way back in 2019, I saw different fishery products in supermarket shelves with a sign, this is, we promote fishery sustainability practices when catching the fish in this particular can, something like that. Now, those particular, captions in these canned products are actually focused on those consumers who believe that we are to follow fishery sustainability rules. And if a country, or if exporter would like to increase the sales, okay, and would like to target those consumers which are very much into, for the Aquaculture Stewardship Council certification system, and the other one is the Seafood Watch. The Marine Stewardship Council in particular is an international nonprofit organization that sets a standard for sustainable fishing, with its headquarters in London. MSC's mission is to use eco-labeling and fisheries certification programs that contribute to the health of the world's oceans by recognizing and rewarding sustainable fishing practices, influencing the choices people make when buying seafood, and working with partners to transform the seafood market to a sustainable basis. MSC follows the three main core principles: the principle of the sustainability of the stock, principle of ecosystem impact, and the principle of effective management. As you could see in here, these three principles are actually in place, and they have to be followed by a specific fisheries so that they can be given what we call the MSC logo. The MS system has 28 performance indicators that are used to score a specific fishery. Now, in order to pass the MSC certification system, you must have, or a company or a group rather, or a specific fishery in one specific area in one country must have a minimum acceptable performance score that is at least 60 points for each of the indicators. Take note that we have 28 indicators, so you must have points of at least 60 for each of the indicators, and an average score of 80 across all 28 performance indicators under each of the three principles. Now, a score of 80 corresponds to a global best practice, and a score of 100 means an almost perfect performance. Using the MSC fisheries standards, therefore, a fishery is assessed if it is well managed and sustainable. And once a fishery is successfully certified by an accredited and a third-party conformity assessment body or a certification body based on the MSC fishery standards, the product from the fishery can be labeled and sold with the so-called blue MSC label. And if you see the blue MSC label as noted in this slide, then there will be more there will be more people, especially those who believe on the maintenance of fishery sustainability. They will be more inclined to buy the products. So some sort of a quality seal, the MSC is actually telling people that the fisheries of that particular product, the fisheries from where the specific product is taken from, is actually following fisheries sustainability standards or rules. Incidentally, we have a historic first in the Philippines. In October of 2021, the Philippine Tuna Handline Partnership, which is a group of small-scale fishers and exporters that operate in the tuna fisheries of Mindoro Strait and Laguna Gulf, somewhere in the middle of the Philippine archipelago. And they have become the first ever, that's why we call it the historic first, the first ever fishers organization in the Philippines achieved certification from the Marine Stewardship Council, thereby globally recognizing our standards for sustainable fishing. What does it imply? If our tuna that is harvested from these fisheries in Mindoro Strait and Laguna Gulf, if the tuna are from these fisheries, that means to say that the tuna, the products of those tuna will carry the MSC logo, and that would definitely increase the benefits derived from that particular fisheries, increasing the sales in the trading, especially in our trading partners, especially among consumers who believe that we have to follow sustainable fishing activities. For aquaculture, we have what we call Aquaculture Stewardship Council. Once again, this is a non-legislated, meaning to say an aquaculture farm may or may not follow, or may or may not target Aquaculture Stewardship Council certification. But it is actually, but if you are to think about it, there will be more sales and more, and it's good for our ecosystem if our aquaculture facilities would get the ASC certification. Again, ASC is the world's leading certification farmed seafood, and it's founded in 2010 by the Worldwide Funds for the Nature and the Dutch Sustainable Training Initiative to manage and implement socially responsible aquaculture, now having its headquarters also in London. The AS's mission is to transform aquaculture towards environmental sustainability and social responsibility using efficient market mechanisms that create value across the chain. I would like to point out here that as we encourage fishery sustainability practices, practices that result to fishery sustainability or fishery sustainable practices, we also have to realize that we have also to look at the social responsibilities that we have. Going back to my present slide about the typical fishery supply chain, we have to realize that the social responsibility that we have in any of this aquaculture, in any of this supply chain, is that we have to have equal distribution of benefits among the players in the supply chain, meaning to say ASC is looking at the sustainable or shall we say equitable distribution of benefits across the key players of any aquaculture chain, value chain rather. The ASC standards set strict requirements for responsible farming, and they encourage seafood producers to minimize the key environmental and social impacts of aquaculture. For this, the environmental impacts would mean that the farms must show that they actively minimize their impact on the surrounding natural environment. So their ASC has specific criteria that would ensure less environmental impacts of any aquaculture activity. The same thing with social impacts. Farms must show or must be a good and conscientious neighbor. That means operating the farm in a socially responsible manner, caring for their employees, and working with the local community. The current ASC standards cover different species of fish that would include grouper. We have specific standards for grouper, aquaculture, abalone, bivalves that would include clams, mussels, oysters, and scallops, some flatfishes which are cultured, freshwater trout, pangasius species, it is cultured, salmon, sea bass, sea bream, nigger, seriola, cobia, shrimp, tilapia, and some tropical marine fin fishes that are cultured. Incidentally, for seaweeds, there is now a joint ASC and MSC standard simply because seaweed is actually cultured in mostly, seaweeds could either be cultured or can be the ones that are traded could be taken from the wild. That's why there is a joint ASC MSC standard for seaweeds. I provide you here an example of standards for salmon, wherein the total number of principles that are being followed for salmon aquaculture, we have a total of 8 principles that are being followed. And under each principle, there are quite a number of criteria and indicators, but the total number of criteria for the entire salmon standard has a total of 43 criteria. And the total number of indicators is about 154, and that is depending on the principle. These indicators range from 4 to 35 indicators for each particular principle. So what we're trying to say here is you have to look how to go about this. One particular how one particular aquaculture facility can apply for ASC, and they have to follow all those principles associated with specific aquaculture commodity. They have to look at the principles, they have to look at the criteria and the indicators, and they have to follow them, and they have to be assessed whether they are following these indicators or not. Okay, this is a graphical presentation of ASC certification, wherein you have your farm standards there, the benefits of the ASC farm standards, which would include improve consistency, facilitate applicability, ensure clarity, and enable addition of new species. For the farm standards, we are looking at the different parts of an aquaculture system, including recirculation, cage, the RAS, the flow through, the pond, and the suspension or the suspended or water activity, I should say. And of course, they are to look at the feeds and the feed millers. And if given the ASC farm standard, it will continue to ensure that certified farms have minimal impacts on the environment. They are protecting sensitive habitats and wildlife. They are supporting local communities, and they are taking good care of their employees. And the aquaculture facility is ensuring traceability and transparency. Another non-legislated, rules, or not really rules, but one legislated, non-legislated regulations that we have to look into is the Seafood Watch, which is the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program that aims to raise public awareness on choosing seafood that is fished or farmed in a sustainable way. Seafood Watch program provides recommendations to the consumers, directly to the consumers, on which seafood items are called best choices, good alternatives, and which ones are to avoid. For best choices, the fisheries should have a final score of more than 0.6, with no individual criteria in the red status, or less than 3.3 as a score. Your product will have good alternative, could be can be classified as a good alternative if the final score is about 3 is more than or equal to 3.3 and less than 6.6, or the final score is more than or equal and there is an individual if there is and there is one individual red criterion. There's only one individual red criterion. For the red card, red score, the final score is less than 3.3, or there is more than one individual red criterion, or there is one critical score. Now, Seafood Watch regularly issues consumer guides. The last one that we saw is in 2018, wherein there are some products from different parts of the world that are actually classified either as red or either as best choice, good alternative, or avoid. Now, what is the connection of all of this Seafood Watch standards as far as sustainability is concerned? In terms of ocean issues, Seafood Watch is looking into cases or practices of overfishing, illegal fishing, bycatch in fishing vessels, habitat damage, and fisheries management. So each of these indicators, they have to score and see whether the fisheries is not doing any overfishing, illegal fishing, etc. In aquaculture, in terms of aquaculture, they would like to see if the farming does not harm other aquatic life nor harm the environment, and if the aquaculture practices is producing high level of contaminants such as antibiotics, and they are either in the muscle of the aquaculture product or in the environment. All of this they are looking into. They are actually collating a lot of reports. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, somebody. Okay, they are actually collating a lot of reports, a lot of scientific papers. They also serve. They all serve as basis for scoring any particular fishery. Okay, in 2020, okay, they issued this best choices, alternatives, and avoid. And as you could see in here, among the best choices, barramundi coming from the US and Vietnam farmed, barramundi are considered as best choices, meaning to say that the benefits from the farming of barramundi in Vietnam would be high because they could actually, they are the consumers are actually given the idea that the Vietnam farm barramundi is actually good and they are practicing good sustainable aquaculture practices. And let me have a look in here. Also, all those farmed species, good alternatives, or the one in the middle. Actually, there are some which are coming from, and if we are to look at all this, okay, as you could see in here, tilapia. If you are to focus on tilapia, the tilapia from Indonesia in particular is under the good alternative, meaning to say that once Indonesian companies would market their or would export their tilapia to the US, okay, they will be actually they are actually classified as good alternative, meaning to say depending, well, this is actually dependent on the consumer whether they will buy the tilapia or not, but it's actually in the good alternative, as good alternatives, which is not too bad, because what we do not want to have is our product to be in the avoid or the red list, and that would include specific products. For example, Pacific cod from Japan and Russia is considered under the red list, in the same way as some of our squid products coming from India and Indonesia is in the avoid list. China is in the avoid. Chinese tilapia is in the avoid list. I know in the Philippines, our blue string crab is actually in the avoid list at the moment, but we're trying to put some good words and good we're trying to give Seafood Watch our information that we are not, that would actually help us be transferred from the red list or to the avoid list to at least good alternative or at most as best choices. Okay.
Excuse me, Dr. Emilia.
Yes.
You have 1 minute left for your
Yes,
presentation.
I think this is the last slide.
Okay.
And how to use the guide of the Seafood Watch. Most of the Seafood Watch recommendations, including the ECO certifications, are not actually on the guide, but they can actually be found in the seafoodwatch.org website. Best choices is actually described as buy first because they are well managed and caught or farmed responsibly. If they are classified as good alternatives, consumers should buy, but be aware that there are concerns with how they are caught, farmed, or managed, and if it's in the red or avoid list. Seafood Watch recommends to the consumers to take a pass on those particular species as listed because they are either overfished, they lack strong management, or they are caught or farmed in ways that harm other marine life or the environment. Now, what we're trying to say here is that in order for us to increase, the economic benefits derived from our different fishery sustainable for our different sustainable practices in fisheries, we have to be aware of the different legislated and non-legislated rules and regulations going on that are actually affecting the trade between and among different countries. If we are to follow, as what I mentioned earlier, if we are to follow different fishery sustainability standards, or if we are to aim for certification of our fisheries, chances are we will be getting the benefits, we will be able to maximize the economic benefits that can be derived from our commodities that are being traded in the international market. Of course, this will not only be, should not only be practiced as in the international market or in the international arena. I think even in the local market, and this is what we are actually advocating here in the Philippines, that we are not only looking at the sustainability of the fisheries resource because we would like to trade outside the country, but rather we look at the sustainability issue and have a look at it and how would it affect the local trading of our commodities as well. And I think the Indonesian fisheries industry, as well as the other Asian fisheries industry, must also have to have a look at all these things, all these standards that are affecting both legislative and non-legislative, those affecting the trading of our commodities. With that, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share with you my slides and my thoughts on how to increase the economic benefits in the sustainable use of our fisheries resources. Thank you very much, and as what we say in the Philippines, maraming salamat po.
Excuse me, Mr. Rono. It's still mute.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Emilia, for your comprehensive presentation today. I know that this presentation is not easy even for me. Yeah, but I think it's very interesting. You're talking about the fish quality because quality has, let's say, a very strong or inline correlation with the price of the product finally, and also the safety issue, the certifications and the certification you have presented are very crucial also actually basically for, let's say, ensuring the food safety and also the sustainability, and also the environmental issue, something. Well, for me here, I'm very familiar with some logos you have shared with us, especially the product sold in Austria, where I'm currently living. I know that they have made a lot of efforts to get certified by the certification agent, and finally, this will impact the cost of the let's say the final costs. Yeah.
Yes.
Of the product sold. Yeah, and on the other hand, what happened in the local market, like you have told us just now, that it might not a big concern for the people, especially in Indonesia, because it's very easy, let's say, to sell our product produced, especially product produced by the small medium enterprises, right? But in here in Europe, I think it's not easy to sell our product to the society. It's very difficult. They have to, let's say, get the certification and stuff. So by this gap, Professor, do you think that the sustainable development goal, especially the target number 14 about the living underwater, will be promising to be accomplished when the gap still happens at the moment in many countries, I can say.
Yeah, I would like to comment on the thing that you mentioned about increasing the cost of the products if you are to have all the certification. Actually, there was a study in the US several years ago, asking coming up. The study has included a survey of the different consumers, and they were if it is okay with them to increase the value or the market value of the product if they are assured of the quality and safety of the product that they are actually getting from supermarket shelves. Interestingly, consumers would say they wouldn't mind paying more for the product for as long as the quality and the safety of the products are actually ensured. Now, it's in the US. It's in the US. In other countries, I think in the Indonesia and in the Philippines as well, we might have at this point have some difficulty doing that. You know what I mean? Even the implementation of specific rules on hygiene and sanitation and specific food safety regulations, it's so hard. Why? For example, if I have a company and I will insist that one particular supplier would provide me with raw materials that are sustainably fished, for instance, or if they are following, for example, specific quality standards such as hazard analysis critical control point standards. Okay, now if I would impose that, and this supplier would say, "Oh no, I am not following it," in the end, that particular supplier may not go to me directly, but rather they would go to another company who's actually wouldn't mind getting the raw material, which is not following what my standards, the standards of my company is. So what I'm trying to say is, and I think in Indonesia you're actually having the same problem. So what we could probably do is maybe some sort of more or shall we say stronger implementation or enforcement of laws related to all those sorts of things. Even if the certification systems are not really, some of the certification systems are non-legislated, we might as well think about it and maybe mainstream the sustainability issues. Actually, I would like to answer one question here in the chat.
Yeah, please, Doctor.
Yes. It's asking how is my government ensuring sustainable marine resources utilization. Okay, actually right now, the Bureau of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources in the Philippines, we are now treating our fisheries and the main management of our fisheries not based on geographical location, the political, political, how do I say, political delineation, because we are divided into different regions. Now, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources had changed it. In 2019, they issued an order saying that the management of our fisheries is divided into fishery management areas. And the declaration specific fisheries management areas, or FMA, is actually dependent on the fisheries in the area. Meaning to say that, for example, one FMA or one fisheries management area is now being managed by not by just one political region, but it could be 3 or 4 political regions. Because we believe that the fisheries, the stocks in the one particular FMA should be managed as just either one stock or different stocks. Because if we are to follow the political delineation between our fishing grounds, it will be so difficult to manage. That's one thing. Another thing is they are now mainstreaming ecosystem-based approach in fisheries management that is basically looking at which is basically balancing the ecological and the human well-being priorities, and they are supposed to be the basis for our fisheries governance. So the 3 aspects, socioeconomic, ecological, and governance aspects are taken care of by the EAFM approach. And in that particular case, our government is hoping to ensure that there is sustainable utilization of our marine resources by looking at all those 3 aspects: ecological, socio-economic, and of course the governance issues of fisheries management.
Okay.
There's
Thank
another
you very much,
question.
Dr. Emilia. I think, it's actually there is one more, Dr. Emilia. Unfortunately, the time is up because the next presenter is going to present his presentation. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Emilia, for your comprehensive, let's say, presentation. I think this topic is very special, I can say, because this is very special, and this is for sure very, very important for your information, guys, attending this conference, because there are very few people who are concerned on the quality stuff, right? Let's say the research on the quality management system is, let's say, it's less than those who are dealing with, let's say, exploration of the bioactive compounds and the development of the product, value-added product. There are quite a lot, but very few people are concerning on the quality management system. Do you think so, Dr. Emilia?
Yeah, actually, we at Post Harvest now, I believe, it should not be just should not be treated in a silo. We should not be treated as separate in a bubble that we just exist as post-harvest people, because we also have to realize that responsible post-harvest fisheries would mean that we are constantly producing products which are taken from, or with raw materials taken from sustainably managed fisheries resources, or sustainably, aquaculture, which are responsible as well, especially on its ecological and social impacts. So what I'm trying to say is, although we are much concerned on product and quality, we are also exposing the need for post-harvest fisheries to look at the environment, to look at the source of our raw materials. In that case, we are not only following the concept of fishery sustainability, we are also helping in a way combat the effects or the impacts of climate change, especially in coastal communities, through the production of responsibly produced fishery products. And
Okay.
using appropriate and smart, climate smart technologies.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Emilia.
Yes.
Students who are still interested in exploring the material from Dr. Emilia, please feel free to email her. And last but not least, it's time for us to take the picture together. Please, the committee, would you like to set up the picture taking together with Dr. Emilia? Please count it. Yeah. And thank you, Professor Emilia, for writing your email address.
I just written it, just in case you have questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, commit. Have you already finished taking the picture?
Excuse me, Mr. I will call it for documentation.
Yeah. Can you do it? Can you do it quickly, please?
Okay, for the first page in 1, 2, 3. For next slide, 1, 2, and 3. For the third page, 1, 2, 3, and the last page, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Emilia, for your
much.
nice presentation, and looking forward to seeing you again in the next event, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay, stay healthy, Professor. Yeah.
Yes, and let me say hi to Dr. Supri. Hi, Dr.
Okay,
Supri.
please.
Nice to see you here.
Emilia. Hi, how you doing?
Nice to see you here.
Great to see you.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, see you. All right, thank you very much for the nice presentation from Dr. Emil. And let's go to the fourth speaker, which is a very handsome professor, I can say. Yeah, everyone, I think, UNER people knows him very well. He will be Professor Supri Haji Samai. Before that, let me briefly introduce you about him. Associate Professor Dr. Supri Haji Samai is a Director of Agrotech and Innovation Center, Director, Patani Province. He earned his Bachelor of Fisheries Technology at Prince Songkla University. He earned his Master of Fisheries Technology at the University of Pertanian, Malaysia. Maybe right now this is UPM, or I don't know. And his he got the PhD from the Doctoral of Biological Sciences at the National University of Singapore in Singapore, which is a very prominent university in the world. His research focused on the aquatic ecology, fish and fisheries ecology, feeding ecology, and aquatic animals. His research focuses on holistic ecology and biology of aquatic fauna, including fish, crab, shrimp, and mollusks in estuarine habitats. He also worked on the tropical ecology of those organisms related to ecosystem and environment aspect of the area. Okay, Professor Supri Haji Samai today will be talking about the crab bank potential of sustainable recovery. Recently, I have given talk to the student of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine about one of the mitigation measures initiated by the European government, which is the exploration of the possibility of the banking fish quota from 1 year to the next year to make up for the lower catches in a given year. Quotas could be exchanged from 1 year to another. The exact quota that can be banked should be defined based on the sound scientific evidence. So today we are going to listen to the presentation by Professor Dr. Supri Haji Samai. But before that, let me say hello to the professor. Assalamualaikum. How are you today, Professor?
Hello, assalamualaikum. I'm fine here. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very fine now in Austria, Professor. You know, today is the first snowy day. So
really? You are in Austria? You're in Austria?
Yeah, I'm now. Yes, now I'm currently pursuing my PhD in food chemistry in Austria.
Oh, great. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Hope you complete your PhD soon.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind words. And I hope I can see you again in person like several years before.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, anyway, Professor closing our time. Please, presentation time is yours.
And thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin, my old friend. I think we met each other for some times ago. I think this is about many years ago, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. My greeting to also your dean, Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, and the speakers earlier, Ibu Susi, and my good friend Professor Amelia from the Philippines, and also my friend and also my ex-student Dr. Fazrul from UPMT Malaysia. It's my great pleasure to be with all people here, particularly those from Airlangga University, where I have visited many times. I can't remember, and then we have a very good memory with Airlangga University. And before I give my talk, we are actually trying to have our double degree program between Airlangga University and my university in fisheries or aquaculture. So hopefully this initiative can be accomplished soon. So can I share my slide here? I have 30 minutes right to talk. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. My topic is a bit different from what I proposed, but the concept is still the same. I'm talking about what the work I've been doing during the COVID-19. Actually, it's about 3 years back. I start working on this community crab bank project. This is considered my hobby. Actually, I never published work on this, and of course, if I start working on this when Dr. Fazrul, the second speaker, he did his PhD under my supervision here on Portunus pelagicus, or blue swimming crab. Or in Malaysia we call ketam, but in Indonesia I'm not sure you call kepeting or something like that, right? So this is the considered a potential tool for sustainable of blue recovery in Thailand. So my colleague and we involve about 10 researchers in this project, together joining between scientists and social scientists, and of course the economists also, and we cannot leave the community, the fishers, the fishermen. So the topic that I'm going to talk today is including the concept. Some of you might know what is the crab bank is, but some may not familiar. It's quite new concept for some places. I'm very lucky. This week alone, I talked about this topic 3 times consecutively. One in Thailand on Facebook, and 2 days ago, I was invited by University of Malaysia Terengganu, where Dr. Fazrul is, on the international seminar. I also present this topic, and today to our friends, especially the young men, young women who are going to be future of ASEAN, of Indonesia, in fisheries, aquaculture, and marine science. So first thing that I need to emphasize is the concept and method of the crab bank. What is exactly the crab bank? How they are doing about crab bank, and my own experience with community crab bank. CCB stand for community crab bank. And apart from crab bank, what is the post crab bank activities? The activities after establishment of crab bank, and I try to analyze a little bit case, success factor, and challenge for scientists like us, or even social scientists here. So come back to the main concept that this grand symposium is looking for, is the blue recovery. So this term is very, very popular now. It's come together with the it come along with the SDG 17 of FAO. And when we talk about blue, so we always think about SDG 14, life below water. And when we talk about life below water, we are talking, the World Bank interpret this as the blue economy. So when we talk about blue economy, so everybody will understand like what we are now, that we have to talk about how to wise use of our marine resources, fisheries resources, or our underwater. So it come out with the concept of sustainable oceans and seas. So a lot of concepts have been talking, and then I think that we are scientists try to find out what is exactly the tool, what is practically what we should do. Of course, law and regulation is very important, policy is very important. Without we cannot drive at the local level or at a practical level. So today I will show you one of the example, one of the tool at the village level of how SDG 14, how the blue recovery will be run by the fishermen themselves. So the crab I'm talking today is the opportunist because normally when we talk about crab, we always think about food. We always think about various type of food. There are a lot of crab in Indonesia, a lot of crab in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Southeast Asian, and of course it's export to all over the world. But today we are talking about the bank. So when we talk about the bank, you think about the people with white suit or black suit working in a air-conditioned room and deposit money and giving money. But today it's different. It's different concept. So before I talk, what is the bank? Why banking the crab? So why we bank the crab? Before talking what is the crab? So once we realize that the crab stock reduction, particularly in Thailand, is obvious, where fishermen used to rely on crab, they have less crab in nature. So what is the cause? Mainly the cause is overfishing. But apart from overfishing, because they capture the small crab, or a lot of small crab being caught by the fishermen. And not only small crab, but the most importantly, they also capture the buried female crab. The female crab with the eggs at the abdomen. So, and when we can ask fishermen, why you kept the small crab and why you kept the buried female crab? The answer from fishermen is their main income. That is for their livelihood. That is for their survival. So this is happening, I think, in Thailand and in all other places. So the case of my talk will be focused in Thailand. So what we need to do as the manager or the policy maker or even the scientist to recover the crab stock reduction. So it's made the term of the blue recovery as the grand symposium theme. So the answer is that the question is that how to add more crabs in the sea, in nature. So that is actually the output. Important thing to go beyond that is how to change the fisherman attitude. What attitude? That is very important to change the fisherman attitude. But what is the attitude we need to change? And normally fishermen, if we are fishermen, I'm very lucky. One of the luckiest for myself is I was a fisher boy. I born in a fishing village. I'm quite familiar with the way what fishermen think and train as a fishery scientist and work as the fisheries scientist now. So the fishermen normally, the practice of fishermen, in the morning they set the net. No, they leave the house in the morning. They prepare the net, get into the boat and set the net. The next few hours they come back with fish and become money later on. This is the routine practice of fishermen almost all over the world, including in Thailand and I think that also in Indonesia. And what we want to change the attitude of fishermen by using crab bank. We compare with the farmers. If you are the palm oil plantation farmers, so you need to plant the seed. You need to watering. You need to give the fertilizer for your plant before you can collect the fruit. You can get money from them. Maybe you spend about 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, and then once you collect money from them, when you tap them, if you're a rubber plantation, you tap the rubbers, you also fertilize and you look after them. So this is different from fishermen. Fishermen, we are hunter. We are hunter. We just go and check. we are the person who go and take. We never give. So this is the way, this is the method that we want to change the fisherman mindset, that you have to be the gifter alongside with the taker. We not only be the taker. So this is the concept of before coming to the crab bank. So back to the crab fisheries, crabbers or crab fishermen in Thailand. There are many methods that using to catch crab. One is the most popular method is the most popular fishing gear is the crab nets and crab pot or crab trap. So this nets are very popular in Thailand and as found in Malaysia too, and I think that in Indonesia too. But when fishermen catch the crab, what's happening? If you look, crab is quite big. It's money actually. This money is the source of living for the fishermen. But if you look carefully, there are still some crabs with buried. There are some crabs with eggs on abdomen, and some eggs are orange, some are brown, and some are dark brown. Illegally, actually, in Thailand to catch the buried female crab, but fishermen say that it's already attached to the net. It's already caught. They cannot separate the buried and non-buried. This is from fisherman view. So what happened? They are collectively harvest this buried female crab every day. So what is important about this buried female crab? I tell you one thing, that the crab of about 250 grams or 300 grams, a buried female crab will contain about approximately 1 million of eggs. 1 million of eggs. One crab contains about 1 million of eggs. What will happen if the crab being eaten by consumer? And what will happen is this crab has the chance to release the egg before we consume it. So it's about money. Of course, it's about money to the fishermen. As today, it's about money, future money. If you look at the life cycle of the crab, actually, for blue swimming crab or kupatin, from hatching, from the egg to the adult ready to collect, it takes about 4 to 6 months. It's very short. It's about half a year. So half a year, you can change from the buried female crab to become the adult crab that are ready for you to catch. So with this, when we look at I estimate the value. Actually, one crab is contain about 1 million egg like this, and the hatching rate is, we say, about 75% hatching rate. So from this 75%, from 1 million, it becomes 750 hatch or zoo year stage of crab. And from that zoo year stage of crab, we estimate that only 0.1% survive to become the adult crab. You can imagine it's 750 crabs survive to become adult, and that 750 crab is about 125 kilograms, and these 750 crabs, about 10% being caught by fishermen is already enough. So we can say that one buried female crab, is you release the egg to nature, it can cost in the nature about $800 over US dollar per crab. This is the estimation. We don't have exact science or estimation beyond this, because we are actually one of the challenge. I will tell you later why. So what is exactly the community crab bank? There's community and crab bank. This crab here again is blue swimming crab. Actually, the crab bank is not new. The concept introduced in Japan in Hyogo Prefecture in 1980. It's some time ago, where the cooperative, the fishermen cooperative in Japan, they bought this crab. I show you this photo of crab with a buried female crab and release the crab to nature directly. They bought the crab, they mark on the carapace of the crab and release it to nature. Once the fishermen, other fishermen, they catch this crab, they will release back to nature because it belongs to the cooperative. But once the crab molt, so it's different story. So the idea by that time is to enhance stocks by allowing grabbing crab to spawn. The idea is allowing grabbing spot or grabbing crab or buried female crabs to spawn. The cooperative bought the crab from fishermen. That is there in 1980. But in Thailand, 20 years after that, in 2001, this person, the late Mr. Jiang Phung Phượng, he started crab bank in Thailand. He started the crab bank in Thailand, initiated by his own money. He was a teacher and living in a fishing village, and he tried to educate the fishermen around his village to setting up the crab bank. So he volunteered doing this for many years. And what happened to his area, his village, or his sub-district? It's evident that there are more crab catches. The fishermen there are happy. They have more money, and I mean that they don't need to change. Normally, Thai traditional fishermen, I think, like in Indonesia also, the small boat, they change gear depend on the resources what are available in their village. So in this village, the fishermen turn to crabbers. A lot of fishermen turn to crabbers, and not only crabbers, they start working on another aspect of law to overcome the overfishing or the illegal fishing in that area. They are very successful. So with the success story of Mr. Jiang Phung Phượng, there are more crab banks distributed in Thailand, supported by Department of Fisheries and some NGOs. Department of Fisheries and some NGOs. So this happened to Thailand. So what exactly the concept, the step of running the crab bank? So with Mr. Jiang Phung Phượng become the model for Thailand, that fishermen catch the crab, the buried female crab. The fishermen, they give or they loan the crab, the gravid female crab to the bank. The bank may be the cage or the hatchery, the simple hatchery, not the complicated hatchery. And they let the crab release the egg either in the cage or in hatchery. Once the egg, they sell the crab, and that money from selling the crab will become the administration cost for running the crab bank. So who is the banker? Next question, who is the banker? Normally we are talking about, when talking about banker, is those who are in very smart suit, black coat, whatever. But this photo show you this is our banker. My duty is now to create the bankers, to produce the bankers as many as possible in my area. So once the success story of the crab bank distribute, and our Prime Minister visited one of the crab bank 4 years back, 3 years back, 4 or 5 years back. The cabinet, the crab bank is about the government. The cabinet announced that we have to extend crab bank to 500 villages within 2 years all over Thailand. Some money by National Research Council of Thailand support the work of crab bank by universities and Department of Fisheries and others, together with all big companies in Thailand. So these are two types of crab bank. I told you earlier, one is the cage, one is the simple hatchery. The cage is like a floating cage for fish, but normally now the floating cage is not very popular. The hatchery is more popular. The hatchery system. What is the main to create or to produce banker? What we should do? So as I told you earlier, that to to do crab bank is easy. Anyone can do that. Just establish, construct some construction place, and then you put the equipment, and then you buy the crab, put into your bank. That is too simple and it's easy. But the question is, if we do this way, will the bank will be sustainable? We are talking about will the bank will last longer. So what we have to think is to change the attitude of the fishermen, of the crabber. What we need to do, we change the heart first. We change the heart first. They have to love their resources. They have to love their career. They have to think that this is something that they will leave to their next generation, the crabs. So they need to live with a plenty of crab in the sea for next generation. Once we change the heart by many activities, we need to change the head together, putting them, giving them the knowledge how to run crab bank, what is the crab thing like that, and how to operate the simple hatchery. Then we ask them to do themselves. We need to change the hand, meaning that the government or the university don't do anything. Everything must accomplished by fishermen themselves. So our role is supporting. Our role is change the attitude and support some equipment. This is one the activities that we are working with our crab banks, community crab banks all around the region, this area. So this is this photo. 2 weeks ago, I went to visit a new crab bank, actually the old crab bank, and then we extend the bank because they are very successful. So this is also our another crab bank. We think about the bank without air condition. It's sitting along the sea actually. So you look at this the logo of the crab is from the cabinet. So we are using that logo. We work together, university, the Department of Fisheries, and other agencies. This is another crab bank. You see, the small bank is cost less than $2,000. Everything is less than $2,000. So can you imagine $2,000? One crab is about $800 already. One crab is $800. So meaning that 5-7 crab, you meet the cost already. There's simply thinking. This is another crab bank under construction. Show you the construction of crab bank. What is inside crab bank? You just use the bucket or tank with the aeration. We put the crab inside the tank with the water, but maybe 20 over ppt water. This is type of crab bank too. Then different type of crab bank. This is movable crab bank here. A big company like Charan Pokapan, you have CP Group also in Indonesia, True. And next, after we bank in the crab, we need to release zoo ear stage to nature, because from what my experience, releasing zoo ear stage is the best because it's cheapest. Don't try to release the crab leg or whatever because it's costly, and fishermen cannot do that. They don't have time to do that. They need to concentrate on fishing. So just ask them to release zoo ear stage. To use the easiest method. Don't be complicated working with fishermen. And plastic bag, you just put their zoo ear in plastic bag or whatever bucket and just release to the area is suitable for them. So this is the activities. These activities can do every day or every week. Or if you want to do, you publicize your work, you can ask those big man politicians come to join. They are very happy, of course. So this is something like this. I also did kind of thing to ask them, of those people, big name people coming together and release the crab, but it's costly. This is just for publicity to make people know about this. But the fishermen, they do this every day in our crab bank. And not only that, not only fishermen, we need to educate this young generation. Either in the future they become fishermen or not, but we need them to know about the crab because they are the life working, living with crab. So we told them that if you release the crab today, if you release the zoo ear today, in the next 4 months, 5 months, it will become your money. Your father catch the crab and bring back money. You can go to school and buy your toys and food. So this is what we are trying to tell the kids about this. So far, 3 years of working with crab bank, we already established 11 community crab bank in 3 provinces. The southern Thailand, you look at the map, it's the border of Malaysia. Where I'm living is the border of Malaysia. Actually, people here, orang sini bisa cakap bahasa Melayu, dia tak bisa bicara bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Melayu. So I speak Malay too, so it's border. And we estimate about 1,500 crabs come into the bank, in our bank per month. So it's about 100 crabs per bank. So it's quite good. And we estimate about 1 billion Zuiya release only from our bank. There are many ball bank, crab bank. Can you imagine we have 500 bank in Thailand? So, and from the statistic, when we assess or we evaluate what is the impact, we found that in Thailand, trend of catch, you look at the green color, the bottom, the top graph, that is the declination of fish catch in Thailand. Most of the fish catch in Thailand from 2010 to 2018 are declining, but the only species that increasing is Portunus pelagicus or blue swimming crab. It's very interesting. So higher crab catch beside the reduction of the catch. And what happened consequently, there are more fishermen turns crabber, meaning that they buy the crab net, they buy the crab gear, put into the net, put into the boat instead of other fishes. So crab become the source of livelihood for people now. So we at the village level, we also ourselves, our project, assess how is the outcome of crab bank. The fishermen in all the crab bank areas said that crab bank brings them more opportunity for their livelihood. They say that our crab resources are discovered and they are being utilized sustainably. So this is the crab bank. So what is the key success factor to run the crab bank? The first thing is crab bank, establishment of crab bank is not science alone, but it's a combination, integration of knowledge and skill. We work with fishermen. So what you need, the first thing is the leadership of fishermen and the commitment of members. This management skill that we have to help fishermen, and of course the budget, some budget, not big budget. Can you imagine? I estimate that one event of releasing crab in my area, one event conducted by government is equal to cost for establish one crab bank. So it's very high for government work, but the fishermen work is very cheap. And supporters like us and networks, they need network who think the same thing and they can share each other. So the last part, I have 4 minutes left to talk about the proposed crab bank activities. Actually, crab banks, of course, they change the abundance of crab resources along that area because crab don't go too far. The traveling of crab not too far. I think it's about not more than 50 kilometers from the shore. So that is in this vicinity of area that fishermen can approach. So normally once the fishermen they establish crab bank in their village. So what's next? Actually, crab bank create more post activities, and then when we are talking about these post activities of crab bank, most of them are relevant to the BCG model, where the Thai government try to promote for Thai economy. What is BCG? It's bioeconomy. Of course, crab is biology. Circular meaning that don't leave anything left. Don't leave anything to the environment. Make use of all resources. All the one crab, you use all the crab. And of course, it's green economy. Green means sustainable. So what we did at the university, we tried to how to say, to process their crab meat to different products. Now we are doing that with one of the crab bank. And we have the waste from crab fishermen, crab fishing nets. So we try to use the waste from crab fishing net as the fertilizer or as other sources for other material for other products as well. And of course, when the fishermen use crab nets, there are a lot, the old crab net or the destroyed crab nets. Normally, the fishermen just throw, or now some of them they sell to the factory, big factory. But our crab bank, one of our crab bank, we are running the activity called the cleaning used net recycle. We clean in the crab bank. We buy from the fisherman, the net we bought the net from the fisherman. We clean in our crab bank and we supply this to the factory in Bangkok. And we also have the fishermen to sell or market the crab. Now it's COVID-19, so some of our crab bankers, they are doing the online marketing. The normally fishermen, they can't do themselves, but the fishermen daughters, fishermen son, they can do that. And then now some of our crab bank, we establish the live food, like the live food stock where the customers can go and select the live food from our crab bank. And apart from that, actually the main income of the bank is from the tourists. The tourists like to visit because it becomes eco-tourism, and a lot of schools supported their kids to have a study visit in crab bank and release the zoo ear crab to the nature. And some company, if they want to do their publicize of CSR, they can do that as well. And this is another example of our new crab bank. They try to make a landmark for the bank. This draw by fishermen and everything is tried to establish by fishermen. So what we support only some funding, not much. Most of the money the fishermen collect from the members. So this bridge will become their this bridge will become the landmark for this bank. We look at this, fishermen start constructing, and now it's almost finished. It's not yet finished. You see, it's very beautiful. You look at the boat. This is a very unique boat, a very colorful boat along the beach. So it's become one of the tourist spots in the future. And of course, some of the bank, we had the solar cell system for them as well. This is supported by the NGO. So we have to work with NGO to help setting up the bank. And now we are in the process of doing the curriculum, because we realize that we need to have a curriculum or a subject in some of the subject, matter in some of the subject for the primary school student. So we work with some school and to create the curriculum. We call the local curriculum, crab bank curriculum, for teachers to teach students in the school. So we are going quite far about crab bank. So what is the scientific challenge? One is direct evaluation. Actually, how much is the survival rate of crab bank? How to increase hatching rate of the crab in the bank system? What is the suitable ecosystem to release zoo ear, and how crab move after releasing, and of course apply to other species. And I come to the conclusion, I can ensure that community crab bank is important to rehabilitate and sustainably use of crab resources in Thailand, and hope in other areas too. Community crab bank is an appropriate and suitable tool for fishermen. It's a suitable tool for fishermen because it's not complicated to involve in recovering crab resources. And of course, community crab bank ensure that can leverage fishermen's livelihood, and the concept of crab bank can be extended to other species and cross to the post crab bank activities. So I come to an end of my talk, and thanks for your attention, and I'm ready to welcome all the question and comment from the audience. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Goy, is that here?
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Professor Sukri, for a very nice presentation. For sure, this is highly motivating presentation, I can say, because the presentation represents total, let's say, implementing or utilizing this method to ensure the farmers' prosperity in terms of the crab, let's say, crab farmer community. Because I have visited once in Thailand, especially not in Thailand, in Prince Songkla. I remember eating crab in that country. Also, it's been 2 years I do not eat crab actually. Professor, I moved to Vienna. Okay, yeah. Professor, talking about the crab, other than the technical way how to prepare, let's say how to conduct the bank crab technically, maybe the aquaculture is more than that. Other than that, I'm interested in asking you about why the concept apparently so far is implemented by the, let's say, small medium enterprises. For me, on one hand, this is very amazing because the small medium enterprises is also competitive in here. But is that any possibilities in the future that the concept you have developed will be taken over by the, let's say, higher level of the company, let's say a more multinational company in the future?
Yes, very good question. I believe that it's highly possible for them to take over this. But in my opinion, actually the crab bank is not costly. The establishment of crab bank is not costly. One bank here it costs about 2,000 US. So with 2,000 US, it can last 5 years, 10 years. So the main thing is how to motivate or how to change heart, head, and hand of fishermen. And now in Thailand, actually the company that come to support is the giant company of Thailand, like Charan Pokapan, which is the one of the biggest company in Thailand. And I believe that the concept of crab bank will extend to other countries. I realized that Malaysia also tried to introduce this kind of concept, the banking concept. They are doing bank with some, like they are doing bank with horseshoe crab, but for the Fortuna's pillars, not yet. And I believe that they will do that because it's quite obvious that the output and outcome are very effective with the less money, with the less budget.
Okay. Yeah, because this is a very good idea, I think, because I know that in my city where I'm living in Indonesia, the cost of crab is not really affordable, I can say.
Right.
I do not really know the reasons why. Is that because of the limited availability or the difficult or the let's say the complications in cultivating it anyway? That's my big question, Professor. What happens in my hometown actually?
Actually, Indonesian has a lot of crab. This is the blue swimming crab. It's not cultured crab. So normally fishermen they catch it in nature. I went to Medan many years ago, 20 years ago, and then I can't remember that village. That village is crab banker. It's the crabbers village. The fishermen catch the crab. And then there has a big company, I can't remember, Pacific Company or something like that, factory, the same factory here. And you have a lot of crab. Even I think that the area that you brought me there in Surabaya along the sea to see the outreach project by the Minister Airlangga, I think that area should have a lot of crab as well. And then I believe that there are some fishermen catching crab. And then looking at the area, of course, if you have chance, you can introduce somebody to do crab bank there. It's very, I think that once the fishermen they realize that they can earn more money from crab bank. You use the concept of crab bank, and one they release the zoo year to the nature, and the next 4-5 months you can see some change, big change, and you change livelihood little bit, and I think it's possible.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor, for your insights about that. I open to you guys, attendees who are interested in asking questions. Just write your questions on the chatting room.
No question yet. If do you have any idea how is there any crab bank in Indonesia? The concept is introduced in Indonesia.
Well, for me, I personally, I'm not really, let's say, familiar with that, actually, Professor. But what I have known before in Europe, to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, they apparently suggested that approach for managing the fish in European country.
I see.
Yeah. But it's great opportunity, I think, for us Indonesian people, especially at some areas. Indeed, they produce a lot crabs, but this approach will be very beneficial for us in the future, I can say. So then, those who are studying at in our faculty, maybe is there any chance or opportunity to learn, let's say, deeply about that in your university, Professor, in the future?
Oh, definitely. Is somebody showing their hand?
Yeah. Hello, guys. Raise your hand. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mas Muhammad Nur.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Bu Umi, would you like to ask question? Okay, please.
Yeah. Thank you so very much for the time, Professor Sukri. It was very nice your presentations, because it gives new scope of mind probably to open this kind of thing. My question will be related to the bank itself. You know, the government probably has to find a special place for this bank, and is it how you call it, in some or should we put it on a conservation area or something like that, or should it be like a new zone for especially for this crab, or how the government choose this area actually? Is there any rules or something like that, or the idea is it from the government themselves to decide which area is it, or it is coming from the fishermen or the local people that already have the information, probably that they in their area there's a potential for crab aquaculture or something like that. I would like to know in the case of from Thailand.
Okay, very good question. It's very technical question. There are two main parts of crab bank. One is the bank itself, the construction. You look at the photo here. This is one of the smallest bank. So the bank itself, you made it a very small area, about 5 to 5 meters, in some fishing village with crab fishermen, with crabbers, the fishermen who catch crab in nature. So we just setting up, even in the ownership, somebody who want to use the land or just the government land or whatever. But sometimes you don't have electricity. We use the solar cell just for aeration. That's the first point. The second one is where to release the crab. And so the second part is in the sea. Releasing the crab actually, you can release anywhere. And normally they just, this fishermen, they release just in front of their village, and the crab will go around there And what happened after that? One, they released the crab, and the fishermen illegally catch the crab along their village. They will feel that this is my crab. One, they feel that this is my crab. They will have something like they are not happy when somebody collect the small crab. But if somebody collect the big crab, adult crab, they are happy. So it's something that belong, the belonging, safe of belonging will plant in mind of the fishermen. So they can release. So some fishermen they also control the area, but mostly no. Just release in the sea and wait. They catch the crab back. Okay. So the area, the essential area is 5 by 5 meters is enough. If you want this slide, this area to 5 by 5. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Sorry if I mistaken in accepting the explanation. I thought there was just an area on the coastal that it should be like protected, and then where the crab is can develop or can grow freely there without any disturbance from anything, so that they can spawning there, and it was managed by the fishermen or something like that, or the governments.
Right. Some area they do this. Some area they do this. They become the community control area too.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Right.
Because I was in Malaysia before, and I saw this kind of area, or probably more like bank, but for the giant clam.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was just in front of their laboratory, marine lab, and the area was protected, but the giant clam can grow freely there and so on. It's kind of like the core zone in conservation area.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your explanation. Thank you, Mas Muhammad. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bumi, for your question. Also, thank you very much for Professor Sukri for the answer. Well, I think time is up, and I would like to thank you all very much to Professor Sukri Hajisamay for sharing the knowledge for us today. And before we close this event, would you like to do your favor to take picture together with us, Professor? Yeah. Okay, please, committee, would you like to, let's say, manage the session, please, for the photo session?
Okay, Mr. Pre, I will lead for the documentation session. Okay, for the first page, 1, 2, 3. For the second page, 1, 2, 3. And the last page on 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you so very much, Prof. Sukri.
Okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's all for the keynote speech session for the Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit today. I would like to give a concluding remarks that according to the 4 speakers speech today, we can highlight that the sustainable development goals, especially the target number 14, can be achieved by the sustainable environment. And then the development of fish capture and also the crab aquaculture, good crab aquaculture practices, like what I have presented by Professor Sukri for the PCV concept, and also the quality management system of the post-harvest processing have to be, let's say, done comprehensively. And we have to correlate we have to collaborate with each other, and then those things can be, let's say, can be well organized by the cooperation of the academic, business, government, societies, and media. Because before we have seen that Professor Sukri also will develop the, let's say, the learning material, and also Professor Fazrul has already, let's say, engaged the media very a lot of time to disseminate the research outcome. So yeah, again, the ABGS concept, academic, business, government, society, and media concepts has to be, let's say, concerned by everyone who have already committed to sign the Sustainable Development Goals. For me, as a Master of Ceremony, I would like to thank you all very much, especially to our 4 outstanding speakers. Hopefully, in the near future, we can meet in person, and we hope we can, let's say, still able to optimize our energy during the COVID-19 outbreak, which is very challenging, I can say. Well, and also I would like to thank you also for the participants who have already followed this conference from beginning until the end of this session. I hope this conference will give you a lot of benefits. And the near future, the outcome of the conference is the cooperation. I hope you can meet each other also in person to start, let's say, making collaborative work together. For me, as a Master of Ceremony, I'm apologizing if there is something inconvenience with you. Thank you very much, and I'll give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Koi and all speakers today for interest discussion. For the next, there are general information about group division and cultural mechanism that will be explained by Mrs. Safa. And for operational committee, can show the PowerPoint general information. Thank you.
Okay, so I will read the Cultural Night and Association Term and Condition, AGFS 2021 for the conference participant. Next. We can see the cultural night. Each country is required to give one performance or more on a cultural night. The performance display is in the form of culture from each delegate's country of origin. Delegates from the same country are expected to coordinate with each other to prepare for the cultural night performance. For participants' data attached on file on the WhatsApp group. The performance video is sent to the committee in the form of a video file. Okay, note the duration of the video performance for each country is a maximum of 5 minutes. The video format is MP4 or MOV, file name, country, _type of culture performance. Delegate representative, who is a person in charge from each country, must submit videos before Saturday, November 27, 2021 at 3 p.m. via in the link, this link. And confirmation to contact person from the committee, Aulia Maulida. Next. Association objective. This Students Association aims to create collaboration among all the fisheries students in the world to be more aware of all issues of life below water that refers to sustainable development goals. This association can carry out varied social activities. Mechanism. The association formation session will be held 1 hour with the division of segment as follows. Presentation of the association foundation by Chief of AGFS, announcement of selected candidates for chairman of the association, presentation by selected candidates for chairman of the association by candidate, voting for chairman of the association, inauguration of the chairman of the association by Chief of AGFS. Notes, for delegates who become to be a candidate for chairman of the association required to prepare presentation materials related to self-introduction, vision and mission, focus and goals, and work program plans for association on Saturday, November 27, 2021. Fill out the registration form on the link before Saturday, November 2021, 27, 8 a.m. and confirmation to contact person from the committee, Aulia Maulida. Thank you.
So finally, we at a closing session. As the Master of Ceremony, we would also like to say thank you for your participation and your willingness to be here from the first start until now.
I hope that we all had a mesmerizing experience today, and we are sorry for any inconvenience that we unintentionally made. It was such a beautiful experience for us to be the Master of Ceremonies to all of you. And don't forget, because there is still a series of further events from AGFS. We very much hope to see you again at the second Airlangga Global Fisheries Summit 2022.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Yakin situ bukan burung hantu. Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Juga.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu. Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Juga.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu. Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Juga.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.